Welcome to Read Realm, where we upload different types of audiobooks every week. Before starting to listen to this book, please subscribe to our channel to support this channel and give the chance to upload more books for bookworms. Chapter 9. How to Avoid Arguments. One of the most difficult challenges in our loving relationships is handling differences and disagreements. Often when couples disagree, their discussions can turn into arguments, and then without much warning into battles. Suddenly they stop talking in a loving manner and automatically begin hurting each other, blaming, complaining, accusing, demanding, resenting, and doubting. Men and women arguing in this way hurt not only their feelings but also their relationship. Just as communication is the most important element in a relationship, arguments can be the most destructive element, because the closer we are to someone, the easier it is to bruise or be bruised. For all practical purposes, I strongly recommend that couples not argue. When two people are not sexually involved, it is a lot easier to remain detached and objective while arguing or debating. But when couples argue who are emotionally involved and especially sexually involved, they easily take things too personally. As a basic guideline, never argue. Instead, discuss the pros and cons of something. Negotiate for what you want, but don't argue. It is possible to be honest, open, and even express negative feelings without arguing or fighting. Some couples fight all the time, and gradually their love dies. On the other extreme, some couples suppress their honest feelings in order to avoid conflict and not argue. As a result of suppressing their true feelings, they lose touch with their loving feelings as well. One couple is having a war while the other is having a cold war. It is best for a couple to find a balance between these two extremes by remembering we are from different planets and thus developing good communication skills. It is possible to avoid arguments without suppressing negative feelings and conflicting ideas and desires. What happens when we argue? Without understanding how men and women are different, it is very easy to get into arguments that hurt not only our partner, but also ourselves. The secret to avoiding arguments is loving and respectful communication. The differences and disagreements don't hurt as much as the ways in which we communicate them. Ideally, an argument does not have to be hurtful. Instead, it can simply be an engaging conversation that expresses our differences and disagreements. Inevitably, all couples will have differences and disagree at times, but practically speaking, most couples start out arguing about one thing and within 5 minutes, are arguing about the way they are arguing. Unknowingly, they begin hurting each other. What could have been an innocent argument, easily resolved with mutual understanding and an acceptance of differences, escalates into a battle. They refuse to accept or understand the content of their partner's point of view because of the way they are being approached. Resolving an argument requires extending or stretching our point of view to include and integrate another point of view. Argument requires extend our point of view to include and integrate another view, or is it right? Include and to make this stretch, we need to feel appreciated and respected. If our partner's attitude is unloving, our self-esteem can actually be wounded by taking on their point of view. The more intimate we are with someone, the more difficult it is objectively to hear their point of view without reacting to their negative feelings. To protect ourselves from feeling worthy of their disrespect or disapproval, automatic defenses come up to resist their point of view. Even if we agree with their point of view, we may stubbornly persist in arguing with them. Why arguments hurt? It is not what we say that hurts, but what we say it. Quite commonly, when a man feels challenged, his attention becomes focused on being right and he forgets to be loving as well. Automatically, his ability to communicate in a caring, respectful, and reassuring tone decreases. He is aware neither of how uncaring he sounds nor of how hurtful this is to his partner. At such times, a simple disagreement may sound like an attack to a woman. A request turns into an order. Naturally, a woman feels resistant to this unloving approach, even when she would be otherwise receptive to the content of what he was saying. A man unknowingly hurts his partner by speaking in an uncaring manner and then goes on to explain why she should not be upset. He mistakenly assumes she is resisting the content of his point of view when really his unloving delivery is what upsets her. Because he does not understand her reaction, he focuses more on explaining the merit of what he is saying instead of correcting the way he is saying it. He has no idea that B is starting an argument. He thinks she is arguing with him. He defends his point of view while she defends herself from his sharpened expressions, which are hurtful to her. When a man neglects to honor a woman's hurt feelings, he invalidates them and increases her hurt. It is hard for him to understand her hurt because he is not as vulnerable to uncaring comments and tones. Consequently, a man may not even realize how much he is hurting his partner and thus provoking her resistance. Similarly, women don't realize how they are hurtful to men. Unlike a man, when a woman feels challenged, the tone of her speech automatically becomes increasingly mistrusting and rejecting. This kind of rejection is more hurtful to a man, especially when he is emotionally involved. Women start and escalate arguments by first sharing negative feelings about their partner's behavior and then by giving unsolicited advice. When a woman neglects to buffer her negative feelings with messages of trust and acceptance, a man responds negatively, leaving the woman confused. Again, she is unaware of how hurtful her mistrust is to him. To avoid arguing, we need to remember that our partner objects not to what we are saying but to how we are saying it. It takes two to argue, but only takes one to stop an argument. The best way to stop an argument is to nip it in the bud. Take responsibility for recognizing when a disagreement is turning into an argument. Stop talking and take a time out. Reflect on how you are approaching your partner. Try to understand how you are not giving them what they need. Then, after some time has passed, come back and talk again, but in a loving and respectful way. Timeouts allow us to cool off, heal our wounds, and center ourselves before trying to communicate again. There are basically 4 stances that individuals take to avoid getting hurt in arguments. They are the 4 F's: fight, flight, fake, and fold. Each of these stances offers a short-term gain, but in the long run they are all counterproductive. Let's explore each of these positions. 1. Fight. The stance definitely comes from Mars. When a conversation becomes unloving and unsupportive, some individuals instinctively begin to fight. They immediately move into an offensive stance. Their motto is "the best defense is a strong offense." They strike out by blaming, judging, criticizing, and making their partner look wrong. They tend to start yelling and express lots of anger. Their inner motive is to intimidate their partner into loving and supporting them. When their partner backs down, they assume they have won, but in truth they have lost. Intimidation always weakens trust in a relationship. To muscle your way into getting what you want by making others look wrong is a sure way to fall in a relationship. When couples fight, they gradually lose their ability to be open and vulnerable. Women close up to protect themselves and men shut down and stop caring as much. Gradually they lose whatever intimacy they had in the beginning. 2. Flight. The stance also come from Mars. To avoid confrontation, Martians may retire into their caves and never come out. This is like a Cold War. They refuse to talk and nothing gets resolved. This passive-aggressive behavior is not the same as taking a time out and then coming back to talk and resolve things in a more loving fashion. These Martians are afraid of confrontation and would rather lie low and avoid talking about any topics that may cause an argument. They walk on eggshells in a relationship. Women commonly complain they have to walk on eggshells. Men do also. It is so ingrained in men that they don't even realize how much they do it. Rather than arguing, Some couples will simply stop talking about their disagreements. Their way of trying to get what they want is to punish their partner by withholding love. They do not come out and directly hurt their partners, like the fighters. Instead, they indirectly hurt them by slowly depriving them of the love they deserve. By withholding love, our partners are sure to have less to give us. The short-term gain is peace and harmony. But if issues are not being talked about and feelings are not being heard, then resentments will build. In the long run, they lose touch with the passionate and loving feelings that drew them together. They generally use overworking, overeating, or other addictions as a way to numb their unresolved painful feelings. 3. Fake. This stance comes from Venus. To avoid being hurt in a confrontation, this person pretends that there is no problem. She puts a smile on her face and appears to be very agreeable and happy with everything. Over time, however, these women become increasingly resentful. They are always giving to their partner, but they do not get what they need in return. This resentment blocks the natural expression of love. They are afraid to be honest about their feelings, so they try to make everything all right, okay, and fine. Men commonly use these phrases, but for them they mean something completely different. He means it is okay because I am dealing with it alone, or it's all right because I know what to do, or it's fine because I am handling it, and I don't need any help. Unlike a man, when a woman uses these phrases, it may be a sign that she is trying to avoid a conflict or argument. To avoid making waves, a woman may even fool herself and believe that everything is okay, fine, and all right when it really isn't. She sacrifices or denies her wants, feelings, and needs to avoid the possibility of conflict. 4. Fold. The stance also comes from Venus. Rather than argue, this person gives in. They will take the blame and assume responsibility for whatever is upsetting their partner. In the short run, they create what looks like a very loving and supportive relationship, but they end up losing themselves. A man once complained to me about his wife. He said, "I love her so much. She gives me everything I want. My only complaint is she is not happy." His wife had spent 20 years denying herself for her husband. They never fought, and if you asked her about her relationship, she would say, "We have a great relationship. My husband is so loving. Our only problem is me. I am depressed, and I don't know why." She is depressed because she has denied herself by being agreeable for 20 years. To please their partners, these people intuitively sense their partner's desires and then mold themselves in order to please. Eventually, they resent having to give up themselves for love. Any form of rejection is very painful because they are already rejecting themselves so much. They seek to avoid rejection at all costs and want to be loved by all. In this process, they literally give up who they are. You may have found yourself in one of these steps or in many of them. People commonly move from one to the other. In each of the above 4 strategies, our intention is to protect ourselves from being hurt. Unfortunately, it does not work. What works is to identify arguments and stop. Take a time out to cool off and then come back and talk again. Practice communicating with increased understanding and respect for the opposite sex, and you will gradually learn to avoid arguments and fights. Why we argue. Men and women commonly argue about money, sex, decisions, scheduling, values, child rearing, and household responsibilities. These discussions and negotiations, however, turn into painful arguments for only one reason: we are not feeling loved. Emotional pain comes from not feeling loved, and when a person is feeling emotional pain, it is hard to be loving. Because women are not from Mars, they do not instinctively realize what a man needs in order to deal successfully with disagreements. Conflicting ideas, feelings, and desires are a difficult challenge for man. The closer he is to a woman, the harder it is to deal with differences and disagreements. When she doesn't like something he has done, he tends to take it very personally and feels she doesn't like him. A man can handle differences and disagreements best when his emotional needs are being fulfilled. When he is deprived of the love he needs, however, he becomes defensive and his dark side begins to emerge. Instinctively, he draws his sword. On the surface he may seem to be arguing about the issue, money, responsibilities, and so forth. But the real reason he has drawn his sword is he doesn't feel love. When a man argues about money, scheduling children, or any other issue, secretly he may be arguing for some of the following reasons. The secret reasons we argue. The hidden reasons he is arguing. 1. I don't like it when she gets upset over the smallest things I do or don't do. I feel criticized, rejected, and unaccepted. 2. I don't like it when she starts telling me how I should do things. I don't feel admired. Instead, I feel like I am being treated like a child. 3. I don't like it when she blames me for her unhappiness. I don't feel encouraged to be her knight in shining armor. What he needs not to argue. 1. He needs to feel accepted just the way he is. Instead, he feels she is trying to improve him. 2. He needs to feel admired. Instead, he feels put down. 3. He needs to feel encouraged. Instead, he feels like giving up. The hidden reasons she is arguing. 1. I don't like it when he doesn't respond to my questions or comments. It makes me feel like I don't exist. 2. I don't like it when he explains why I should not be hurt, worried, angry, or anything else. I feel invalidated and unsupported. 3. 1. Don't like it when he expects me to be more detached. It makes me feel like it is wrong or weak to have feelings. What she needs not to argue. 1. She needs to feel reassured that he is listening and that he cares. Instead, she feels ignored or judged. 2. She needs to feel validated and understood. Instead, she feels unsupported, unloved, and resentful. 3. She needs to feel respected and cherished, especially when she is sharing her feelings. Instead, she feels unsafe and unprotected. Though all these painful feelings and needs are valid, they are generally not dealt with and communicated directly. Instead, they build up inside and come bursting up during an argument. Sometimes they are directly addressed, but usually they come up and are expressed through facial expression, body posture, and tone of voice. Men and women need to understand and cooperate with their particular sensitivities and not resent them. You will be addressing the true problem by trying to communicate in a way that fulfill your partner's emotional needs. Arguments can then truly become mutually supportive conversations necessary to resolve and negotiate differences and disagreements. The anatomy of an argument. A heartful argument usually has a basic anatomy. Maybe you can relate to the following example. My wife and I went on a beautiful walk and picnic. After eating, everything seemed fine until I started talking about possible investments. Suddenly she became upset that I would consider investing a certain portion of our savings in aggressive stocks. From my point of view, I was only considering it, but what she heard was that I was planning it, without even considering her point of view. Without even considering her point, I was only considering, but what she heard was that I was just planning it. She became upset that I would do such a thing. I became upset with her for being upset with me, and we had an argument. I thought she disapproved of my investment choices and argued for their validity. She gives me everything I want. She argued that aggressive stocks were too risky, but really she was upset that I would consider this investment without exploring her ideas on the subject. In addition, she was upset that I was not respecting her right to be upset. Eventually, I became so upset that she apologized to me for misunderstanding and mistrusting me, and we cooled down. Later on, after we had made up, she posed this question. She said, "Many times when we argue, it seems that I get upset about something, and then you get upset that I am upset, and then I have to apologize for upsetting you. Somehow I think something is missing. Sometimes I would like you to tell me you are sorry for upsetting me." Immediately I saw the logic of her point of view. Expecting an apology from her did seem rather unfair, especially when I upset her first. This new insight transformed our relationship. As I shared this experience in my seminars, I discovered that thousands of women could immediately identify with my wife's experience. It was another common male/female pattern. Let's review the basic pattern. 1. A woman expresses her upset feelings about XYZ. 2. A man explains why she shouldn't be upset about XYZ. 3. She feels invalidated and becomes more upset. She is now more upset about being invalidated than about XYW. 4. He feels her disapproval and becomes upset. He blames her for upsetting him and expects an apology before making up. 5. She apologizes and wonders what happened, or she becomes more upset, and the argument escalates into a battle. With a clear awareness of the anatomy of an argument, I was able to solve this problem in a fairer way, remembering that women are from Venus. I practiced not blaming her for being upset. Instead, I would seek to understand how I had upset her and show her that I cared. Even if she was misunderstanding me, if she felt hurt by me, I needed to let her know that I cared and was sorry. When she would become upset, I learned first to listen, then genuinely to try to understand what she was upset about, and then to say, "I'm sorry that I upset you," when I said. The result was immediate. We argued much less. Sometimes, however, apologizing is very difficult. At those times I take a deep breath and say nothing. Inside I try to imagine how she feels and discover the reasons from her point of view. Then I say, "I'm sorry you feel so upset." Although this is not an apology, it does say I care, and that seems to help a lot. Men rarely say "I'm sorry" because on Mars it means you have done something wrong and you are apologizing. Women, however, say "I'm sorry" as a way to say I care about what you are feeling. It doesn't mean they are apologizing for doing something wrong. The men reading this who rarely say "I am sorry" can create wonders by learning to use this aspect of the Venusian language. The easiest way to derail an argument is to say, "I'm sorry." Most arguments escalate when a man begins to invalidate a woman's feelings and she responds to him disapprovingly. Being a man, I had to learn to practice validating. My wife practiced expressing her feelings more directly without disapproving of me. The result was fewer fights and more love and trust. Without having this new awareness, we probably would still be having the same arguments. To avoid pain, it is important to recognize how men unknowingly invalidate and how women unknowingly send messages of disapproval. How men unknowingly start arguments. The most common way men start arguments is by invalidating a woman's feelings or point of view. Men don't realize how much they invalidate. For example, a man may make light of a woman's negative feelings. He might say, "Don't worry about it." To another man, this phrase would seem friendly, but to a female intimate partner it is insensitive and hurts. In another example, a man might try to resolve a woman's upset by saying it's not such a big deal. Then he offers some practical solution to the problem, expecting her to be relieved and happy. He doesn't understand that she feels invalidated and unsupported. She cannot appreciate his solution until he validates her need to be upset. A very common example is when a man has done something to upset a woman. His instinct is to make her feel better by explaining why she shouldn't be upset. He confidently explains that he has a perfectly good, logical, and rational reason for what he did. He has no idea that this attitude makes her feel as though she has no right to be upset. When he explains himself, the only message she right here is that he doesn't care about her feelings. For her to hear his good reasons, she first needs him to hear her good reasons for being upset. He needs to put his explanations on hold and listen with understanding. When he simply starts to care about her feelings, she will start to feel supported. This change in approach takes practice but can be achieved. Generally, when a woman shares feelings of frustration, disappointment, or worry, every cell in a man's body instinctively reacts with a list of explanations and justifications designed to explain away her upset feelings. A man never intends to make matters worse. His tendency to explain away feelings is just Martian instinct. By understanding that his automatic gut reactions in this instance are counterproductive, a man can, however, make this shift. Through a growing awareness and his experiences of what works with a woman, a man can make this change. How women unknowingly start arguments. The most common way women unknowingly start arguments is by not being direct when they share their feelings. Instead of directly expressing her dislike or disappointment, a woman asks rhetorical questions and unknowingly or knowingly communicates a message of disapproval. Even though sometimes this is not the message she wants to give, it is generally what a man will hear. For example, when a man is late, a woman may feel, "I don't like waiting for you when you are late," or "I was worried that something had happened to you." When he arrives, instead of directly sharing her feelings, she asks a rhetorical question like, "How could you be so late?" Or "What am I supposed to think when you're so late?" Or "Why didn't you call?" Certainly asking someone, "Why didn't you call?" is okay if you are sincerely looking for a valid answer, but is making the point that there is no acceptable reason for being late. When a man hears a question like, "How could you be so late?" or "Why didn't you call?" he does not hear her feelings but instead hears her disapproval. He feels her intrusive desire to help him be more responsible. He feels attacked and becomes defensive. She has no idea how painful her disapproval is to him. Just as women need validation, men need approval. The more a man loves a woman, the more he needs her approval. It is always there in the beginning of a relationship. Either she gives him the message that she approves of him, or he feels confident that he can win her approval. In either case, the approval is present. Even if a woman has been wounded by other men or her father, she will still give approval in the beginning of the relationship. She may feel, "He is a special man, not like others I have known." A woman withdrawing that approval is particularly painful to a man. Women are generally oblivious of how they pull away their approval, and when they do pull it away, they feel very justified in doing so. A reason for this insensitivity is that women really are unaware of how significant approval is for men. A woman can, however, learn to disagree with a man's behavior and still approve of who he is. For a man to feel loved, he needs her to approve of who he is, even if she disagrees with his behavior. Generally, when a woman disagrees with a man's behavior and she wants to change him, she will disapprove of him. Certainly there may be times when she is more approving and less approving of him, but to be disapproving is very painful and hurts him. Most men are too ashamed to admit how much they need approval. They may go to great lengths to prove they don't care. But why do they immediately become cold, distant, and defensive when they lose a woman's approval? Because not getting what they need hurts. One of the reasons relationships are so successful in the beginning is that a man is still in a woman's good graces. He is still her knight in shining armor. He receives the blessings of her approval and, as a result, rides high. But as soon as he begins to disappoint her, he falls from grace. He loses her approval. All of a sudden he is cast out into the doghouse. A man can deal with a woman's disappointment, but when it is expressed with disapproval or rejection, he feels wounded by her. Women commonly interrogate a man about his behavior with a disapproving tone. They do this because they think it will teach him a lesson. It does not. It only creates fear and resentment, and gradually he becomes less and less motivated. To approve of a man is to see the good reasons behind what he does, even when he is irresponsible or lazy or disrespectful. If she loves him, a woman can find and recognize the goodness within him. To approve is to find the loving intention or the goodness behind the outside behavior. To treat a man as if he has no good reason for what he does is to withhold the approval she so freely gave in the beginning of the relationship. A woman needs to remember that she can still give approval even when she disagrees. One critical pair of problems from which arguments arise. 1. The man feels that the woman disapproves of his point of view. 2. Or the woman disapproves of the way the man is talking to her, when he needs more approval than most. Most arguments occur not because two people disagree, but because either the man feels that the woman disapproves of his point of view or the woman disapproves of the way he is talking to her. She often may disapprove of him because he is not validating her point of view or speaking to her in a caring way. When men and women learn to approve and validate, they don't have to argue. They can discuss and negotiate differences. When a man makes a mistake or forgets to do an errand or fulfill some responsibility, a woman doesn't realize how sensitive he feels. This is when he needs her love the most. To withdraw her approval at this point causes him extreme pain. She may not even realize she is doing it. She may think she is just feeling disappointed, but he feels her disapproval. One of the ways women unknowingly communicate disapproval is in their eyes and tone of voice. The words she chooses may be loving, but her look or the tone of her voice can wound a man. His defensive reaction is to make her feel wrong. He invalidates her and justifies himself. Men are most prone to argue when they have made a mistake or upset the woman they love. If he disappoints her, he wants to explain to her why she should not be so upset. He thinks his reasons will help her to feel better. What he doesn't know is that if she is upset, what she needs most is to be heard and validated. How to express your differences without arguing. Without healthy role models, expressing differences and disagreements can be a very difficult task. Most of our parents either did not argue at all or when they did it quickly escalated into a fight. The following chart reveals how men and women unknowingly create arguments and suggests healthy alternatives. In each of the types of arguments listed below, I first provide a rhetorical question that a woman might ask, and then show how a man might interpret that question. Then I show how a man might explain himself and how a woman could feel invalidated by what she hears. Finally, I suggest how men and women can express themselves to be more supportive and avoid arguments. The anatomy of an argument. 1. When he comes home late. Her rhetorical question. When he arrives late, she says, "How could you be so late?" Or "Why didn't you call?" Or "What am I supposed to think?" The message he hears. The message he hears is, "There is no good reason for you to be late. You are irresponsible. I would never be late. I am better than you." What he explains. When he arrives late and she is upset, he explains, "There was a lot of traffic on the bridge," or "Sometimes life can be the way you want, or you can't expect me to always be on time." The message she hears. What she hears is, "You shouldn't be upset because I have these good and logical reasons for being late. Anyway, my work is more important than you, and you are too demanding." How she can be less disapproving. She could say, "I really don't like it when you are late. It is upsetting to me. I would really appreciate a call next time you are going to be late." How he can be more validating. He says, "I was late. I'm sorry I upset you." Most important is to just listen without explaining much. Try to understand and validate what she needs to feel loved. 2. When he forgets something. Her rhetorical question. When he forgets to do something, she says, "How could you forget?" Or "When will you ever remember?" Or "How am I supposed to trust you?" The message he hears. The message he hears is, "There is no good reason for forgetting. You are stupid and can't be trusted. I give so much more to this relationship." What he explains. The message she hears. When he forgets to do something and she gets upset, he explains, "I was really busy and just forgot. These things just happen sometimes, or it's not such a big deal. It doesn't mean I don't care." What she hears is, "You shouldn't get so upset over such trivial matters. You are being too demanding, and your response is irrational. Try to be more realistic. You live in a fantasy world." How she can be less disapproving. How he can be more validating. If she is upset, she could say, "I don't like it when you forget." She could also take another effective approach and simply not mention that he has forgotten something and just ask again, saying, "I know you are busy, but could you please remember to do this?" He could say, "I did forget. Are you angry with me?" Then let her talk without making her wrong for being angry. As she talks, she will realize she is being heard, and soon she will feel very appreciative of him. 3. When he returns from his cave. Her rhetorical question. The message he hears. When he comes back from his cave, she says, How could you be so unfeeling and cold? Or, how do you expect me to react? Or, how am I supposed to know what's going on inside you? The message he hears is, there's no good reason for pulling away from me. You are cruel and unloving. You are the wrong man for me. You have hurt me so much more than I have ever hurt you. What he explains, the message she hears, when he comes back from his cave and she is upset. He explains, I needed some time alone. It was only for 2 days. What is the big deal? Or, I did do anything to you, you so. What she hears is, you shouldn't feel hurt or abandoned, and if you do, I have no empathy for you. You are too needy and controlling. I will do whatever I want. I don't care about your feelings. How she can be less disapproving. How he can be more validating. If it upsets her, she could say, I know you need to pull away at times, but it still hurts when you pull away. I'm not saying you are wrong, but it's important to me for you to understand what I go through. He can say, I understand it hurts when I pull away. It must be very painful for you. Let's talk about it. When she feels heard, it is easier for her to accept his need to pull away at times. When he disappoints her, her rhetorical question, the message he hears, when he disappoints her, she says, how could you do this? Or, why can't you do what you say you are going to do? Or, didn't you say you would do it? Or, when will you ever learn? The message he hears is, there is no good reason for disappointing me. You are an idiot. You can't do anything right. I can't be happy until you change. What he explains, the message she hears, when she is disappointed with him. He explains, hey, next time I'll get it right. Or, it's not such a big deal. Or, but I didn't know what you meant. What she hears is, if you are upset, it is your fault. You should be more flexible. You shouldn't get upset. And I have no empathy for you. How she can be less disapproving. How he can be more validating. If she is upset, she could say, I don't like being disappointed. I thought you were going to call. It's okay, but I need you to know how it feels when you don't. He can say, I understand I disappointed you. Let's talk about it. How did you feel? Again, let her talk. Give her a chance to be heard. After a while, say to her, what do you need from me now to feel my support? Or how can I support you now? 5. When he doesn't respect her feelings and hurts her. Her rhetorical question. When he doesn't respect her feelings and hurts her, she says, how could you say that? Or how could you treat me this way? Or why can't you listen to me? Or do you even care about me anymore? Or do I treat you this way? The message he hears. The message he hears is, you are a bad and abusive person. I am so much more loving than you. I will never forgive you for this. You should be punished and cast out. This is all your fault. What he explains, when he doesn't respect her feelings and she gets even more upset, he explains, look, I didn't mean that. Or I do listen to you. See, I am doing so right now. Or I don't always ignore you, or I am not laughing at you. The message she hears, what she hears is, you have no right to be upset. You are not making any sense. You are too sensitive. Something is wrong with you. You are such a burden. How she can be less disapproving. She could say, I don't like the way you are talking to me. Please stop. Or you are being mean and I don't appreciate it. I want to take a time out. Or this is not the way I wanted to have this conversation. Let's start over. Or I don't deserve to be treated this way. I want to take a time out. Or would you please not interrupt? Or would you please listen to what I am saying? A man can respond best to short and direct statements. Lectures or questions are counterproductive. How he can be more validating. He says, I'm sorry. You don't deserve to be treated that way. Take a deep breath and just listen to her response. She may carry on and say something like, you never listen. When she pauses, he can say, you are right. Sometimes I don't listen. I'm sorry. You don't deserve to be treated that way. Let's start over. This time we will do it better. Starting a conversation over is an excellent way to keep an argument from escalating. If she doesn't want to start over, don't make her feel wrong. Remember, if you give her the right to be upset, she will be more accepting and approving. when he is in a hurry and she doesn't like it? Her rhetorical question. She complains, "Why are we always in a hurry? Or why do you always have to rush places?" The message he hears. The message he hears is, "There is no good reason for this rushing. You never make me happy. Nothing will ever change you. You are incompetent and obviously you don't care about me." What he explains. He explains, "It's not so bad," or "This is the way it has always been," or "There is nothing we can do about it now," or "Don't worry so much. It will be fine." The message she hears. What she hears is, "You have no right to complain. You should be grateful for what you have and not be such a dissatisfied and unhappy person. There is no good reason to complain. You are bringing everyone down." How she can be less disapproving. If she feels upset, she can say, "It's okay that we are rushing and I don't like it. It feels like we're always rushing." Or, "I love it when we are not in a hurry and I hate it sometimes when we have to rush. I just don't like it. Would you plan our next trip with 15 minutes of extra time?" How he can be more validating. He says, "I don't like it either. I wish we could just slow down. It feels so crazy." In this example, he has related to her feelings. Even if a part of him likes to rush, he can best support her in her moment of frustration by expressing how some part of himself sincerely relates to her frustration. When she feels invalidated in a conversation. Her rhetorical question. When she feels unsupported or invalidated in a conversation, she says, "Why do you say that?" Or "Why do you have to talk to me this way?" Or "Don't you even care about what I'm saying?" Or "How can you say that?" The message he hears. The message he hears is, "There is no good reason for treating me this way. Therefore, you do not love me. You do not care. I give you so much and you give back nothing." What he explains. When she feels invalidated and gets upset, he explains, "But you are not making sense," or "But that is not what I said," or "I've heard all this before." The message she hears. What she hears is, "You have no right to be upset. You are irrational and confused. I know what is right and you don't. I am superior to you. You cause these arguments, not me." How she can be less disapproving. She could say, "I don't like what you are saying. It feels as if you are judging me. I don't deserve that. Please understand me." Or, "I've had a hard day. I know this is not all your fault, and I need you to understand what I'm feeling." Okay. Or she can simply overlook his comments and ask for what she wants, saying, "I am in such a bad mood. Would you listen to me for a while? It will help me feel so much better." Men need lots of encouragement to listen. How he can be more validating. He says, "I'm sorry it's not comfortable for you. What are you hearing me say?" By giving her a chance to reflect back what she has heard. Then he can again say, "I'm sorry. I understand why you didn't like it." Then simply pause. This is a time to listen. Resist the temptation to explain to her that she is misinterpreting what you said. Once the hurt is there, it needs to be heard if it is to be healed. Explanations are helpful only after the hurt is healed with some validation and caring understanding. Giving support at difficult times. Any relationship has difficult times. They may occur for a variety of reasons, like loss of a job, death. At these difficult times, the most important thing is to try to communicate with a loving, validating, and approving attitude. In addition, we need to accept and understand that we and our partners will not always be perfect. By learning successfully to communicate in response to the smaller upsets in a relationship, it becomes easier to deal with the bigger challenges when they suddenly appear. In each of the above examples, I have placed the woman in the role of being upset with the man for something he did or didn't do. Certainly, men can also be upset with women, and any of my suggestions listed above apply equally to both sexes. If you are in a relationship, asking your partner how he or she would respond to the suggestions listed above is a useful exercise. Take some time when you are not upset with your partner to discover what words work best for them and share what works best for you. Adopting a few prearranged, agreed-upon statements can be immensely helpful to neutralize tension when conflict arises. Also, remember that no matter how correct your choice of words, The feeling behind your words counts most. Even if you were to use the exact phrases listed above, if your partner didn't feel your love, validation, and approval, the tension would continue to increase. As I mentioned before, sometimes the best solution for avoiding conflict is to see it coming and lie low for a while. Take a time out to center yourself so that you can then come together again with greater understanding, acceptance, validation, and approval. Making some of these changes may at first feel awkward or even manipulative. Many people have the idea that love means saying it like it is. This overly direct approach, however, does not take into account the listener's feelings. One can still be honest and direct about feelings, but express them in a way that doesn't offend or hurt. By practicing some of the suggestions listed above, you will be stretching and exercising your ability to communicate in a more caring and trusting manner. After a while, it will become more automatic. If you are presently in a relationship and your partner is attempting to apply some of the above suggestions, keep in mind that they are trying to be more supportive. At first, their expressions may seem not only unnatural but insincere. It is not possible to change a lifetime of conditioning in a few weeks. Be careful to appreciate their every step, otherwise they may quickly give up. Avoiding arguments through loving communication. Emotionally charged arguments and quarrels can be avoided if we can understand what our partner needs and remember to give it. The following story illustrates how when a woman communicates directly her feelings and when a man validates those feelings, an argument can be avoided. I remember once leaving for vacation with my wife. As we drove off in the car and could finally relax from a hectic week, I expected Bonnie to be happy that we were going on such a great vacation. Instead, she gave a heavy sigh and said, "I feel like my life is a long, slow torture." I paused, took a deep breath, and then replied, "I know what you mean. I feel like they are squeezing every ounce of life out of me." As I said this, I made a motion as if I were wringing the water out of a rag. Bonnie nodded her head in agreement, and to my amazement she suddenly smiled and then changed the subject. She started talking about how excited she was to go on this trip. 6 years ago this would not have happened. We would have had an argument and I would have mistakenly blamed it on her. I would have been upset with her for saying her life was a long, slow torture. I would have taken it personally and felt that she was complaining about me. I would have become defensive and explained that our life was not a torture and that she should be grateful that we were going on such a wonderful vacation. Then we would have argued and had a long, torturous vacation. All this would have happened because I didn't understand and validate her feelings. This time, understood she was just expressing a passing feeling. It wasn't a statement about me. Because I understood this, I didn't get defensive. By my comment about being wrung out, she felt completely validated. In response, she was very accepting of me and I felt her love, acceptance, and approval. Because I have learned to validate her feelings, she got the love she deserved. We didn't have an argument. Chapter 10. Scoring points with the opposite sex. A man thinks he scores high with a woman when he does something very big for her, like buying her a new car or taking her on a vacation. He assumes he scores less when he does something small, like opening the car door, buying her a flower, or giving her a hug. Based on this kind of scorekeeping, he believes he will fulfill her best by focusing his time, energy, and attention into doing something large for her. This formula, however, doesn't work because women keep score differently. When a woman keeps score, no matter how big or small a gift of love is, it scores 1 point. Each gift has equal value. Its size doesn't matter. It gets a point. A man, however, thinks he scores 1 point for one small gift and 30 points for a big gift. Since he doesn't understand women keep score differently, he naturally focuses his energies into 1 or 2 big gifts. A man doesn't realize that to a woman the little things are just as important as the big things. In other words, to a woman, a single rose gets as many points as paying the rent on time. Without understanding this basic difference in scorekeeping, Men and women are continually frustrated and disappointed in their relationships. The following case illustrates this. In counseling, Pam said, "I do so much for Chuck and he ignores me. All he cares about is his work." Chuck said, "But my work pays for our beautiful house and allows us to go on vacations. She should be happy." Pam replied, "I don't care about this house or the vacations if we are not loving each other. I need more from you." Chuck said, "You make it sound like you give so much more." Pam said, "I do. I am always doing things for you. I do the wash, fix the meals, clean the house, everything. You do one thing, you go to work, which does pay the bills, but then you expect me to do everything else." Chuck is a successful doctor. Like most professionals, his work is very time-consuming but very profitable. He couldn't understand why his wife, Pam, was so discontent. He earned a good living and he provided a good life for his wife and family. But when he came home, his wife was unhappy. In Chuck's mind, the more money he made at work, the less he needed to do at home to fulfill his wife. He thought his hefty paycheck at the end of the month scored him at least 30 points. When he opened his own clinic and doubled his income, he assumed he was now scoring 60 points a month. He had no idea that his paycheck earned him only 1 point each month with Pam, no matter how big it was. Chuck did not realize that from Pam's point of view, the more he earned, the less she got. His new clinic required more time and energy. To pick up the slack, she began to do even more to manage personal life and relationship. As she gave more, she felt as if she was scoring about 60 points a month to his one. This made her very unhappy and resentful. Pam felt she was giving much more and getting less. From Chuck's point of view, he was now giving more, 60 points, and should get more from his wife. In his mind, the score was even. He was satisfied with their relationship except for one thing: she wasn't happy. He blamed her for wanting too much. To him, his increased pay equaled what she was giving. This attitude made Pam even more angry. After listening to my relationship course on tape, both Pam and Chuck were able to let go of their blame and solve their problem with love. A relationship headed for divorce was transformed. Chuck learned that doing little things for his wife made a big difference. He was amazed at how quickly things changed when he started devoting more time and energy to her. He began to appreciate that for a woman, little things are just as important as big things. He now understood why his work scored only 1 point. Actually, Pam had good reason to be unhappy. She truly needed Chuck's personal energy, effort, and attention much more than their wealthy lifestyle. Chuck discovered that by spending less energy making money and devoting just a little more energy in the right direction, his wife would be much happier. He recognized that he had been working longer hours in hopes of making her happier. Once he understood how she kept score, he could come home with a new confidence because he knew how to make her happy. Little things make a big difference. There are a variety of ways a man can score points with his partner without having to do much. It is just a matter of redirecting the energy and attention he is already giving. Most men already know about many of these things, but don't bother to do them because they don't realize how important the little things are to a woman. A man truly believes the little things are insignificant when compared to the big things he is doing for her. Some men may start out in a relationship doing the little things. Having done them once or twice, they stop. Through some mysterious instinctive force, they begin to focus their energies into doing one big thing for their partners. They then neglect to do all the little things that are necessary for a woman to feel fulfilled in the relationship. To fulfill a woman, a man needs to understand what she needs to feel loved and supported. The way women score points is not just a preference but a true need. Women need many expressions of love in a relationship to feel loved. 1 or 2 expressions of love, no matter how important, will not and cannot fulfill her. This can be extremely hard for a man to understand. One way to look at it is to imagine that women have a love tank similar to the gas tank on a car. It needs to be filled over and over again. Doing many little things and scoring many points is the secret for filling a woman's love tank. A woman feels loved when her love tank is full. She is able to respond with greater love, trust, acceptance, appreciation, admiration, approval, and encouragement. Lots of little things are needed to top off her tank. Following is a list of 101 of the little ways a man can keep his partner's love tank full. 101 ways to score points with a woman. 1. Upon returning home, find her first before doing anything else and give her a hug. 2. Ask her specific questions about her day that indicate an awareness of what she was planning to do, e.g., how did your appointment with the doctor go? 3. Practice listening and asking questions. 4. Resist temptation to solve her problem. Sympathize instead. 5. Give her 20 minutes of unsolicited, quality attention. Don't read the newspaper or be distracted by anything else during this time. 6. Bring her cut flowers as a surprise as well as on special occasions. 7. Plan a date several days in advance, rather than waiting for Friday night and asking her what she wants to do. 8. If she generally makes dinner or if it is her turn and she seems tired or really busy, offer to make dinner. 9. Compliment her on how she looks. 10. Validate her feelings when she is upset. 11. Offer to help her when she is tired. 12. Schedule extra time when traveling so that she doesn't have to rush. 13. When you are going to be late, call her and let her know. 14. When she asks for support, say yes or no without making her wrong for asking. 15. Whenever her feelings have been hurt, give her some empathy and tell her I'm sorry you feel hurt. Then be silent. Let her feel your understanding of her hurt. Don't offer solutions or explanations why her hurt is not your fault. 16. Whenever you need to pull away, let her know you will be back or that you need some time to think about things. 17. When you've cooled off and you come back, talk about what was bothering you in a respectful, non-blaming way so she doesn't imagine the worst. 18. Offer to build a fire in wintertime. 19. When she talks to you, put down the magazine or turn off the TV and give her your full attention. 20. If she usually washes the dishes, occasionally offer to wash the dishes, especially if she is tired that day. 21. Notice when she is upset or tired and ask what she has to do. Then offer to help by doing a few of her to-do items. 22. When going out, ask if there is anything she wants you to pick up at the store, and remember to pick it up. 23. Let her know when you are planning to take a nap or leave. 24. Give her 4 hugs a day. 25. Call her from work to ask how she is or to share something exciting or to tell her I love you. 26. Tell her I love you at least a couple of times every day. 27. Make the bed and clean up the bedroom. 28. If she washes your socks, turn your socks right side out so she doesn't have to. 29. Notice when the trash is full and offer to empty it. 30. When you are out of town, call to leave a telephone number where you can be reached and to let her know you arrived safely. 31. Wash her car. 32. Wash your car and clean up the interior before a date with her. 33. Wash before having sex or put on a cologne if she likes that. 34. Take her side when she is upset with someone. 35. Offer to give her a back or neck or foot massage, or all 3. 36. Make a point of cuddling or being affectionate sometimes without being sexual. 37. Be patient when she is sharing. Don't look at your watch. 38. Don't flick the remote control to different channels when she is watching TV with you. 39. Display affection in public. 40. When holding hands, don't let your hand go limp. 41. Learn her favorite drinks, so you can offer her a choice of the ones that you know she already likes. 42. Suggest different restaurants for going out. Don't put the burden of figuring out where to go on her. 43. Get season tickets for the theater, symphony, opera, ballet, or some other type of performance she likes. 44. Create occasions when you both can dress up. 45. Be understanding when she is late or decides to change her outfit. 46. Pay more attention to her than to others in public. 47. Make her more important than the children. Let the children see her getting your attention first and foremost. 48. Buy her little presents like a small box of chocolates or perfume. 49. Buy her an outfit. Take a picture of your partner along with her sizes to the store and let them help you select it. 50. Take pictures of her on special occasions. 51. Take short romantic getaways. 52. Let her see that you carry a picture of her in your wallet and update it from time to time. 53. When staying in a hotel, have them prepare the room with something special, like a bottle of champagne or sparkling apple juice or flowers. 54. Write a note or make a sign on special occasions, such as anniversaries and birthdays. 55. Offer to drive the car on long trips. 56. Drive slowly and safely, respecting her preferences. After all, she is sitting powerless in the front seat. 57. Notice how she is feeling and comment on it. You look happy today or you look tired. And then ask a question like, how was your day? 58. When taking her out, study in advance the directions so that she does not have to feel responsible to navigate. 59. Take her dancing or take dancing lessons together. 60. Surprise her with a love note or poem. 61. Treat her in ways you did at the beginning of the relationship. 62. Offer to fix something around the house. Say, what needs to be fixed around here? I have some extra time. Don't take on more than you can do. 63. Offer to sharpen her knives in the kitchen. 64. Buy some good super glue to fix things that are broken. 65. Offer to change light bulbs as soon as they go out. 66. Help with recycling the trash. 67. Read out loud or cut out sections of the newspaper that would interest her. 68. Write out neatly any phone numbers you may take for her. 69. Keep the bathroom floor clean and dry it after taking a shower. 70. Open the door for her. 71. Offer to carry the groceries. 72. Offer to carry heavy boxes for her. 73. On trips, handle the luggage and be responsible for packing it in the car. 74. If she washes the dishes or it is her room, offer to help scrub pots or other difficult tasks. 75. Make a to-fix list and leave it in the kitchen. When you have extra time, do something on that list for her. Don't let it get too long. 76. When she prepares a meal, compliment her cooking. 77. When listening to her talk, use eye contact. 78. Touch her with your hand sometimes when you talk to her. 79. Show interest in what she does during the day, in the books she reads and the people she relates to. 80. When listening to her, reassure her that you are interested by making little noises like aha, oh, memha, and hmmm. 81. Ask her how she is feeling. 82. If she has been sick in some way, ask for an update and ask how she is doing or feeling. 83. If she is tired, offer to make her some tea. 84. Get ready to go to sleep together and get in bed at the same time. 85. Give her a kiss and say goodbye when you leave. 86. Laugh at her jokes and humor. 87. Verbally say thank you when she does things for you. 88. Notice when she gets her hair done and give a reassuring compliment. 89. Create special time to be alone together. 90. Don't answer the phone at intimate moments, or if she is sharing vulnerable feelings. 91. Go bicycling together, even if it's just a short ride. 92. Organize and prepare a picnic. Remember to bring a picnic cloth. 93. If she handles the laundry, bring the clothes to the cleaners or offer to do the wash. 94. Take her for a walk without the children. 95. Negotiate in a manner that shows her that you want her to get what she wants and you also want what you want. Be caring, but don't be a martyr. 96. Let her know that you missed her when you went away. 97. Bring home her favorite pie or dessert. 98. If she normally shops for the food, offer to do the food shopping. 99. Eat lightly on romantic occasions so that you don't become stuffed and tired later. 100. Ask her to add her thoughts to this list. 101. Leave the bathroom seat down. The magic of doing little things. It's magic when a man does little things for his woman. It keeps her love tank full and the score even. When the score is even, or almost even, a woman knows she is loved, which makes her more trusting and loving in return. When a woman knows she's loved, she can love without resentment. Doing little things for a woman is also healing for a man. In fact, those little things will tend to heal his resentments as well as hers. He begins to feel powerful and effective because she's getting the caring she needs. Both are then fulfilled. What a man needs. Just as men need to continue doing little things for a woman, she needs to be particularly attentive to appreciate the little things he does for her. With a smile and a thanks, she can let him know he has scored a point. A man needs this appreciation and encouragement to continue giving. He needs to feel he can make a difference. Men stop giving when they feel they are being taken for granted. A woman needs to let him know that what he is doing is appreciated. This doesn't mean that she has to pretend everything is now perfectly wonderful because he has emptied the trash for her, but she can simply notice that he has emptied the trash and say thanks. Gradually, more love will flow from both sides. What a man needs a woman to accept. A woman needs to accept a man's instinctive tendencies to focus all his energies into one big thing and minimize the importance of the little things. By accepting this inclination, it will not be as hurtful to her. Rather than resenting him for giving less, she can constructively work with him to solve the problem. She can repeatedly let him know how much she appreciates the little things he has done for her and that he works hard and attentively. She can remember that his forgetting to do the little things doesn't mean he doesn't love her, but that he has become too focused on big things again. Instead of fighting him or punishing him, she can encourage his personal involvement by asking for his support. With more appreciation and encouragement, a man will gradually learn to value the little things as well as the big. He will become less driven to be more and more successful, and begin to relax more and spend more time with his wife and family. Redirecting energy and attention. I remember when I first learned to redirect my energies into the little things. When Bonnie and I were first married, I was almost a workaholic. In addition to writing books and teaching seminars, I had a counseling practice for 50 hours a week. In the first year of our marriage, she let me know again and again how much she needed more time with me. Repeatedly, she would share her feelings of abandonment and hurt. Sometimes, she would share her feelings in a letter. We call this a love letter. It always ends with love and includes feelings of anger, sadness, fear, and sorrow. In Chapter 11, we will explore more deeply the methods and importance of writing these love letters. She wrote this love letter about my spending too much time at work. Dear John, I'm writing you this letter to share with you my feelings. I don't mean to tell you what to do. I just want you to understand my feelings. I am angry that you spend so much time at work. I am angry that you come home with nothing left for me. I want to spend more time with you. It hurts to feel like you care more about your clients than me. I feel sad that you are so tired. I miss you. I am afraid you don't want to spend time with me. I am afraid of being another burden in your life. I am afraid of sounding like a nag. I am afraid my feelings are not important to you. I am sorry if this is hard to hear. I know you are doing your best. I appreciate how hard you work. I love you, Bonnie. After reading about her feeling neglected, I realized that I truly was giving more to my clients than I was to her. I would give my undivided attention to my clients, and then come home exhausted and ignore my wife. When a man overworks, I was ignoring her not because I didn't love her or care for her, but because I had nothing left to give. I naively thought I was doing the best thing by working hard to provide a better life, more money for her and our family. Once I understood how she felt, I developed a plan for solving this problem in our relationship. Instead of seeing 8 clients a day, I started seeing 7. I pretended that my wife was my 8th client. Every night I came home an hour earlier. I pretended in my mind that my wife was my most important client. I started giving her that devoted and undivided attention I would give a client. When I arrived home, I started doing little things for her. The success of this plan was immediate. Not only was she happier, but I was too. Gradually, as I felt being loved for the ways I could support her and our family, I became less driven to be a great success. I started to slow down, and to my surprise, not only our relationship but also my work flourished, becoming more successful without my having to work as hard. I found that when I was succeeding at home, my work reflected that success. I realized that success in the work world was not achieved through hard work alone. It was also dependent on my ability to inspire trust in others. When I felt loved by my family, not only did I feel more confident, but others also trusted and appreciated me more. How women can help. Bonnie's support played a big part in this change. In addition to sharing her honest and loving feelings, she was also very persistent in asking me to do things for her and then giving me a lot of appreciation when I did them. Gradually, I started to realize how wonderful it is to be loved for doing little things. I was relieved from feeling that I had to do great things to be loved. It was a revelation. When women give points. Women possess the special ability to appreciate the little things of life as much as the big things. This is a blessing for men. Most men strive for greater and greater success because they believe it will make them worthy of love. Deep inside, they crave love and admiration from others. They do not know that they can draw that love and admiration to them without having to be a greater success. A woman has the ability to heal a man of this addiction to success by appreciating the little things he does. But she may not express appreciation if she doesn't understand how important it is to a man. She may let her resentment get in the way. Healing the resentment flu. Women instinctively appreciate the little things. The only exceptions are when a woman doesn't realize a man needs to hear her appreciation or when she feels the score is uneven. When a woman feels unloved and neglected, it is hard for her automatically to appreciate what a man does do for her. She feels resentful because she has given so much more than he has. This resentment blocks her ability to appreciate the little things. Resentment, like getting the flu or a cold, is not healthy. When a woman is sick with resentment, she tends to negate what a man has done for her because, according to the way a woman keeps score, she has done so much more. When the score is 40-10 in favor of the woman, she may begin to feel very resentful. Something happens to a woman when she feels she is giving more than she is getting. Quite unconsciously, she subtracts the score of 10 from her score of 40 and concludes the score in their relationship is 30-0. This makes sense mathematically and is understandable, but it doesn't work. When she subtracts his score from her score, he ends up with a 0. And he is not a 0. He has not given 0. He has given 10. When he comes home, she has a coldness in her eyes or in her voice that says he is a 0. She is negating what he has done. She reacts to him as if he has given nothing but he has given 10. The reason a woman tends to reduce a man's points this way is because she feels unloved. The unequal score makes her feel unloved. Feeling unloved, she finds it very difficult to appreciate even the 10 points he can legitimately claim. Of course, this isn't fair, but it is how it works. What generally happens in a relationship at this point is the man feels unappreciated and loses his motivation to do more. He catches the resentment flu. She then continues to feel more resentful, and the situation gets worse and worse. Her resentment flu gets worse. What she can do. The way of solving this problem is to understand it compassionately from both sides. He needs to be appreciated, while she needs to feel supported. Otherwise, their sickness gets worse. The solution to this resent is for her to take responsibility. She needs to take responsibility for having contributed to her problem by giving more and letting the score get so uneven. She needs to treat herself as if she has the flu or a cold and take a rest from giving so much in the relationship. She needs to pamper herself and allow her partner to take care of her more. When a woman feels resentful, she usually will not give her partner a chance to be supportive, or, if he tries, she will negate the value of what he has done and give him another 0. She closes the door to his support. By taking responsibility for giving too much, she can give up blaming him for the problem and start a new scorecard. She can give him another chance and, with her new understanding, improve the situation. What he can do. When a man feels unappreciated, he stops giving support. A way he can responsibly deal with the situation is to understand that it is hard for her to give points for his support and appreciate him when she is sick with resentment. He can release his own resentment by understanding that she needs to receive for a while before she can give again. He can remember this as he attentively gives his love and affection in little ways. For a while he should not expect her to be as appreciative as he deserves and needs. It helps if he takes responsibility for giving her the flu because he neglected to do the little things that she needs. With this foresight he can give without expecting much in return until she recovers from her flu. Knowing that he can solve this problem will help him release his resentment as well. If he continues giving and she focuses on taking a rest from giving and focuses on receiving his support with love, the balance can be quickly restored. Why men give less? A man rarely intends to take more and give less. Yet men are notorious for giving less in relationships. Probably you have experienced this in your relationships. Women commonly complain that their male partner starts out more loving and then gradually becomes passive. Men also feel unfairly treated. In the beginning, women are so appreciative and loving, and then they become resentful and demanding. This mystery can be understood when we realize how men and women keep score differently. There are 5 major reasons a man stops giving. They are: 1. Martians idealize fairness. A man focuses all his energies into a project at work and thinks he has just scored 50 points. Then he comes home and sits back, waiting for his wife to score her 50 points. He does not know that in her experience he has only scored 1 point. He stops giving because he thinks he has already given more. In his mind, this is the fair and loving thing to do. He allows her to give 50 points worth of support to even the score. He doesn't realize that his hard work at the office scores only 1 point. His model of fairness can work only when he understands and respects. Women give 1 point for each gift of love. This first insight has practical applications for both men and women. They are: for men, remember that for a woman, big things and little things score 1 point. All gifts of love are equal and equally needed, big and small, to avoid creating resentment. Practice doing some of the little things that make a big difference. Do not expect a woman to be satisfied unless she gets an abundance of little expressions of love as well as the big. For women, remember that men are from Mars. They are not automatically motivated to do the little things. They give less not because they do not love you, but because they believe they have already given their share. Try not to take it personally. Instead, repeatedly encourage their support by asking for more. Don't wait until you desperately need his support or until the score is greatly uneven to ask. Don't demand his support. Trust that he wants to support you, even if he needs a little encouragement. 2. Venusians idealize unconditional love. A woman gives as much as she can and only notices that she has received less when she is empty and spent. Women don't start out keeping score like men do. Women give freely and assume men will do the same. As we have seen, men are not the same. A man gives freely until the score, as he perceives it, gets uneven, and then he stops giving. A man generally gives a lot and then sits back to receive what he has given. When a woman is happy giving to a man, he instinctively assumes she is keeping score and he must have more points. The last thing he would consider is that he has given less. From his vantage point, he would never continue giving when the score became uneven in his favor. He knows that if he is required to give more when he feels he has already given a greater amount, he will definitely not smile when he gives. Keep this in mind. When a woman continues to give freely with a smile on her face, a man assumes the score must be somewhat even. He does not realize that Venusians have the uncanny ability to give happily until the score is about 30-0. These insights also have practical applications for both men and women. For men, remember that when a woman gives with a smile on her face, it doesn't necessarily mean the score is close to even. For women, remember that when you give freely to a man, he gets the message the score is even. If you want to motivate him to give more, then gently and gracefully stop giving more. Allow him to do little things for you. Encourage him by asking for his support in little ways and then appreciating him. 3. Martians give when they are asked. Martians pride themselves in being self-sufficient. They don't ask for help unless they really need it. On Mars, it is rude to offer help unless you are first asked. Quite the opposite. Venusians don't wait to offer their support. When they love someone, they give in any way they can. They do not wait to be asked. And the more they love someone, the more they give. When a man doesn't offer his support, a woman mistakenly assumes he doesn't love her. She may even test his love by definitely not asking for his support and waiting for him to offer it. When he doesn't offer to help, she resents him. She does not understand he is waiting to be asked. As we have seen, keeping the score even is important to a man. When a man feels he has given more in a relationship, he will instinctively begin to ask for more support. He naturally feels more entitled to receive and starts asking for more. On the other hand, when he has given less in a relationship, the last he is going to do is ask for more. Instinctively, he will not ask for support but will look for ways that he might give more support. When a woman doesn't ask for support, a man mistakenly assumes the score must be even or that he must be giving more. He does not know that she is waiting for him to offer his support. This third insight has practical applications for both men and women. For women, remember that a man looks for cues telling him when and how to give more. He waits to be asked. He seems to get the necessary feedback only when she is asking for more or telling him he needs to give more. In addition, when she asks, he knows what to give. Many men don't know what to do, even if a man senses he is giving less. Unless she specifically asks for support in the little ways, he may devote even more of his energy to big things like work, thinking that greater success or more money will help. For men, remember that a woman instinctively does not ask for support when she wants it. Instead, she expects you to offer it if you love her. Practice offering to support her in little ways. 4. Venusians say yes even when the score is uneven. Men don't realize that when they ask for support, a woman will say yes even if the score is uneven. If they can support their man, they will. The concept of keeping score is not on her mind. Men have to be careful not to ask for too much. If she feels she is giving more than she is getting, after a while she will resent that you do not offer to support her more. Men mistakenly assume that as long as she says yes to his needs and requests, she is receiving equally what she wants. He mistakenly assumes the score is even when it isn't. I remember taking my wife to the movies about once a week for the first 2 years of our marriage. One day she became furious with me and said, "We always do what you want to do. We never do what I want to do." I was genuinely surprised. I thought that as long as she said yes, and continued to say yes, that she was equally happy with the situation. I thought she liked the movies as much as I did. Occasionally she would suggest to me that the opera was in town or that she would like to go to the symphony. When we drove by the local playhouse, she would make a remark like, "That looks like fun. Let's see that play." But then later in the week I would say, "Let's go to this movie. It's got a great review." And she would happily say, "Okay." Mistakenly, I got the message that she was as happy as I was about going to the movies. In truth, she was happy to be with me. The movie was okay, but what she wanted was to go to the local cultural events. That is why she kept mentioning them to me. But because she kept saying yes to the movies, I had no idea that she was sacrificing her wants to make me happy. This insight has practical applications for both men and women. For men, remember that if she says yes to your requests, it doesn't mean the score is even. The score may be 20-0 in her mind, and she will still happily say, "Sure, I'll pick up your clothes at the cleaners," or "Okay, I'll make that call for you." Agreeing to doing what you want doesn't mean that it is what she wants. Ask her what she wants to do. Collect information about what she likes, and then offer to take her to those places. For women, remember that if you immediately say yes to a man's requests, he gets the idea that he has given more or that the score is at least even. If you are giving more and getting less, stop saying yes to his requests. Instead, in a graceful way, begin asking him to do more for you. 5. Martians give penalty points. Women don't realize that men give penalty points when they feel unloved and unsupported. When a woman reacts to a man in an untrusting, rejecting, disapproving, or unappreciative way, he gives minus or penalty points. For example, if a man feels hurt or unloved because his wife has failed to appreciate something he's done, he feels justified in taking away the points she has already earned. If she has given 10 when he feels hurt by her, he may react to her by taking away her 10 points. If he is more hurt, he may even give her a negative 20. As a result, she now owes him 10 points, when a minute before she had 10 points. This is very confusing to a woman. She may have given the equivalent of 30 points, and then in one angry moment he takes them away. In his mind, he feels justified in not giving anything because she owes him. He thinks it is fair. This may be fair mathematically, but is not really fair. Penalty points are destructive to relationships. They make a woman feel unappreciated and a man less giving. If he negates in his mind all the loving support she has given, when she does express some negativity, which is bound to happen occasionally, he then loses his motivation to give. He becomes passive. This fifth insight has practical applications for both men and women. For men, remember that penalty points are not fair and do not work. At moments when you feel unloved, offended, or hurt, forgive her and remember all the good she has given rather than penalize her by negating it all. Instead of punishing her, ask her for the support you want, and she will give it. Respectfully let her know how she has hurt you. Let her know how she has hurt you and then give her an opportunity to apologize. Punishment does not work. You will feel much better by giving her a chance to give you what you need. Remember, she is a Venus and she doesn't know what you need or how she hurts you. For women, remember that men have this tendency to give penalty points. There are two approaches to protect yourself from this abuse. The first approach is to recognize that he is wrong in taking away your points. In a respectful way, let him know how you feel. In the next chapter, we will explore ways to express difficult or negative feelings. The second approach is to recognize he takes away points when he feels unloved and hurt, and he immediately gives them back when he feels loved and supported. As he feels more and more loved for the little things he does, he will gradually give penalty points less and less. Try to understand the different ways he needs love so that he doesn't get hurt as much. When you are able to recognize how he has been hurt, let him know that you are sorry. Most important, then give him the love he didn't get. If he feels unappreciated, give him the appreciation he needs. If he feels rejected or manipulated, give him the acceptance he needs. If he feels mistrusted, give him the trust he needs. If he feels put down, give him the admiration that he needs. If he feels disapproval, give him the approval he needs and deserves. When a man feels loved, he will quit using penalty points. The most difficult part of the above process is knowing what hurt him. For the most part, when a man withdraws into his cave, he doesn't know what hurt him. Then, when he comes out, he generally doesn't talk about it. How is a woman supposed to know what actually hurts his feelings? Reading this book and understanding how men need love differently is a good beginning and gives you an edge that women have never had before. The other way a woman can learn what happened is through communication. As I have mentioned before, the more a woman is able to open up and share her feelings in a respectful way, the more a man is able to learn to open up and share his hurt and pain. How men give points. Men give points differently from women. Every time a woman appreciates what a man has done for her, he feels loved and gives her a point in return. To keep the score even in a relationship, a man really doesn't require anything but love. Women don't realize the power of their love and many times unnecessarily seek to earn a man's love by doing more things for him than they want to do. When a woman appreciates what a man does for her, he gets much of the love he needs. Remember, men primarily need appreciation. Certainly a man also requires equal participation from a woman in doing the domestic duties of day-to-day life. But if he is not appreciated, then her contribution is nearly meaningless and completely unimportant to him. Similarly, A woman cannot appreciate the big things a man does for her unless he is also doing a lot of little things. Doing a lot of little things fulfills her primary needs to feel cared for, understood, and respected. A major source of love for a man is the loving reaction that a woman has to his behavior. He has a love tank too, but his is not necessarily filled by what she does for him. Instead, it is mainly filled by how she reacts to him or how she feels about him. When a woman prepares a meal for a man, he gives her 1 point or 10 points, depending on how she is feeling toward him. If a woman secretly resents a man, the meal she may cook for him will mean very little to him. He may even give minus points because she was resenting him. The secret to fulfilling a man lies in learning to express love through your feelings, not necessarily through your actions. Philosophically speaking, when a woman feels loving, her behavior will automatically express that love. When a man expresses himself in loving behavior, automatically his feelings will follow and become more loving. Even if a man is not feeling his love for a woman, he can still decide to do something loving for her. If his offering is received and appreciated, then he will begin to feel his love for her again. Doing is an excellent way to prime a man's love pump. However, women are very different. A woman generally does not feel loved if she doesn't feel cared about, understood, or respected. Making a decision to do something more for her partner will not help her feel more loving. Instead, it may actually fuel her resentment. When a woman is not feeling her loving feelings, she needs to focus her energies directly on healing her negative feelings and definitely not on doing more. A man needs to prioritize loving behavior, for this will ensure that his partner's love needs are met. It will open her heart and also open his heart to feel more loving. A man's heart opens as he succeeds in fulfilling a woman. A woman needs to prioritize loving attitudes and feelings, which will ensure that her partner's love needs are fulfilled. As a woman is able to express loving attitudes and feelings toward a man, he feels motivated to give more. This then assists her in opening her heart even more. A woman's heart opens more as she is able to get the support she needs. Women are sometimes unaware of when a man really needs love. At such times, a woman can score 20 to 30 points. These are some examples. How women can score big with men. What happens? Points he gives her. 1. He makes a mistake and she doesn't say "I told you so" or offer advice. 10-20. 2. He disappoints her and she doesn't punish him. 10-20. 3. He gets lost while driving and she doesn't make a big deal out of it. 10-20. 4. He gets lost and she sees the good in the situation and says "We would never have seen beautiful sunset if we had taken this the most direct route." 20-30. 5. He forgets to pick up something and she says "It's okay. Would you do it next time you are out?" 10-20. 6. He forgets to pick up something again and she says with trusting patience and persistence "It's okay. Would you still get it?" 20-30. 7. When she has hurt him and she understands his hurt, she apologizes and gives him the love he needs. 10-40. 8. She asks for his support and he says no, and she is not hurt by his rejection but trusts that he would if he could. She does not reject him or disapprove of him. 10-20. 9. Another time she asks for his support and he again says no. She does not make him feel wrong but accepts his limitations at that time. 20-30. 10. She asks for his support without being demanding when he assumes the score is somewhat even. 1-5. 11. She asks for support without being demanding when she is upset or he knows she has been giving more. 10-30. 12. When he withdraws, she doesn't make him feel guilty. 10-20. 13. When he comes back from his cave, she welcomes him and doesn't punish him or reject him. 10-20. 14. When he apologizes for a mistake and she receives it with loving acceptance and forgiveness. The bigger the mistake he makes, the more points he gives. 10-50. 15. When he asks her to do something and she says no without giving a list of reasons why she can't do it. 110. 16. When he asks her to do something and she says yes and stays in a good mood. 110. 17. When he wants to make up after a fight and starts doing little things for her and she starts appreciating him again. 10-30. 18. She is happy to see him when he gets home. 10:20. 19. She feels disapproving and instead of expressing it, she goes in another room and privately centers herself and then comes back with a more centered and loving heart. 10:20. 20. On special occasions, she overlooks his mistakes that might normally upset her. 20:40. 21. She really enjoys having sex with him. 10:40. 22. He forgets where he put his keys and she doesn't look at him as though he was irresponsible. 10:20. 23. She is tactful or graceful in expressing her dislike or disappointment about a restaurant or movie when on a date. 10:20. 24. She doesn't give advice when he is driving or parking the car and then appreciates him for getting them there. 10:20. 25. She asks for his support rather than dwelling on what he has done wrong. 10:20. 26. She shares her negative feelings in a centered way without blaming, rejecting, or being disapproving of him. 10:40. When a woman can score more points. Each of the above examples reveals how men score points differently from women, but a woman is not required to do all of the above. This list reveals those times when he is most vulnerable. If she can be supportive and giving him what he needs, he will be very generous in giving points. As I mentioned in Chapter 7, a woman's ability to give love at difficult times fluctuates like a wave when a woman's ability to give love is increasing. During the upswing of her wave is the time when she can score many bonus points. She should not expect herself to be as loving at other times. Just as a woman's ability to give love fluctuates, a man's need for love fluctuates. In each of the above examples, there is no fixed amount for how many points a man gives. Instead, there is an approximate range. When his need for her love is greater, he tends to give her more points. For example, if he has made a mistake and feels embarrassed, sorry, or ashamed, then he needs her love more. Therefore, he gives more points if she responds by being supportive. The bigger the mistake, the more points he gives her for her love. If he doesn't receive her love, he tends to give her penalty points according to how much he needed her love. If he feels rejected as the result of a big mistake, he may give a lot of penalty points. What makes men defensive? A man may become so angry at a woman when he has made the mistake and the woman is upset. His upset is proportional to the size of his mistake. A little mistake makes him less defensive, while a big mistake makes him much more defensive. Sometimes women wonder why a man doesn't say he is sorry for a big mistake. The answer is he is afraid of not being forgiven. It is too painful to acknowledge that he has failed her in some way. Instead of saying he is sorry, he may become angry with her for being upset and give her penalty points. When a man is in a negative state, if she can treat him like a passing tornado and lie low after the tornado has passed, he will give her an abundance of bonus points for not making him wrong or for not trying to change him. If she tries to stop the tornado, it will create havoc, and he will blame her for interfering. This is a new insight for many women because on Venus, when someone is upset, the Venusians never ignore her or even consider lying low. Tornadoes don't exist on Venus. When someone is upset, everyone gets involved with one another and tries to understand what is bothering her by asking a lot of questions. When a tornado passes on Mars, everyone finds a ditch and lies low. When men give penalty points, it helps greatly when women understand that men score points differently. That men give penalty points is very confusing to women and doesn't make it safe for women to share their feelings. Certainly, it would be wonderful if men could see how unfair penalty points are and change overnight, but change takes time. What can be reassuring for a woman, however, is to know that just as a man quickly gives out the penalty points, he also takes them back. A man giving penalty points is similar to a woman feeling resentful when she gives more than he does. She subtracts his score from hers and gives him a 0. At such times, a man can just be understanding that she is sick with the resentment flu and give her some extra love. Similarly, when a man is giving penalty points, a woman can realize that he has his own version of resentment flu. He needs some extra love so he can get better. As a result, he immediately gives her bonus points to even the score again. Through learning how to score big with a man, a woman has a new edge for supporting her man when he seems distant and hurt. Instead of doing little things for him, from the list 101 Ways to Score Points with a Woman, page 79, which is what she would want, she can more successfully focus her energies in giving him what he wants, as listed in How Women Can Score Big with Men. Remembering our differences. Both men and women can benefit greatly by remembering how differently we keep score. Improving a relationship takes no more energy than we are already expending and doesn't have to be terribly difficult. Relationships are exhausting until we learn how to direct our energies into the ways that our partner can fully appreciate. Chapter 11. How to Communicate Difficult Feelings. When we are upset, disappointed, frustrated, or angry, it is difficult to communicate lovingly. When negative emotions come up, we tend momentarily to lose our loving feelings of trust, caring, understanding, acceptance, appreciation, and respect. At such times, even with the best intentions, talking turns into fighting. In the heat of the moment, we do not remember how to communicate in a way that works for our partner or for us. At times like these, women unknowingly tend to blame men and make them feel guilty for their actions. Instead of remembering that her partner is doing the best he can, a woman could assume the worst and sound critical and resentful. When she feels a surge of negative feelings, it is especially difficult for a woman to speak in a trusting, accepting, and appreciative way. She doesn't realize how negative and hurtful her attitude is to her partner. When men become upset, they tend to become judgmental of women and women's feelings, instead of remembering that his partner is vulnerable and sensitive. A man may forget her needs and sound mean and uncaring. When he feels a surge of negative feelings, it is especially difficult for him to speak in a caring, understanding, and respectful way. He doesn't realize how hurtful his negative attitude is to her. These are the times when talking does not work. Fortunately, there is another alternative. Instead of verbally sharing your feelings with your partner, write him or her a letter. Writing letters allows you to listen to your own feelings without worrying about hurting your partner. By freely expressing and listening to your own feelings, you automatically become more centered and loving. As men write letters, they become more caring, understanding, and respectful. As women write letters, they become more trusting, accepting, and appreciative. Writing out your negative feelings is an excellent way to become aware of how unloving you may sound. With this greater awareness, you can adjust your approach. In addition, by writing out your negative emotions, their intensity can be released, making room for positive feelings to be felt again. Having become more centered, you can then go to your partner and speak to him or her in a more loving way, a way that is less judgmental or blaming. As a result, your chances of being understood and accepted are much greater. After writing your letter, you may no longer feel a need to talk. Instead, you could become inspired to do something loving for your partner. Whether you share the feelings in your letter or you just write a letter to feel better, writing down your feelings is an important tool. Instead of writing down your feelings, you may also choose to do the same process in your mind. Simply refrain from talking and review what happened in your mind. In your imagination, imagine you are saying what you feel, think, and want without editing yourself in any way. By carrying on an inner dialogue expressing the complete truth about your inner feelings, you will suddenly become free from their negative grip. Whether you write down your feelings or do it mentally, by exploring, feeling, and expressing your negative feelings, they lose their power and positive feelings re-emerge. The love letter technique increases the power and effectiveness of this process tremendously. Although it is a writing technique, it can also be done mentally as well. The love letter technique. One of the best ways to release negativity and then communicate in a more loving fashion is to use the love letter technique. Through writing out your feelings in a particular manner, the negative emotions automatically lessen and the positive feelings increase. The love letter technique enhances the letter writing process. There are 3 aspects or parts to the love letter technique. 1. Write a love letter expressing your feelings of anger, sadness, fear, regret, and love. 2. Write a response letter expressing what you want to hear from your partner. 3. Share your love letter and response letter with your partner. The love letter technique is quite flexible. You may choose to do all 3 steps, or you may only need to do 1 or 2 of them. For example, you might practice steps 1 and 2 in order to feel more centered and loving, and then have a verbal conversation with your partner without being overwhelmed with resentment or blame. At other times, you may choose to do all 3 steps and share your love letter and response letter with your partner. To do all 3 steps is a powerful and healing experience for both of you. However, sometimes doing all 3 steps is too time-consuming or inappropriate. In some situations, the most powerful technique is to do just step 1 and write a love letter. Let's explore a few examples of how to write a love letter. Step 1. Writing a love letter. To write a love letter, find a private spot and write a letter to your partner. In each love letter, express your feelings of anger, sadness, fear, regret, and then love. This format allows you fully to express and understand all your feelings. As a result of understanding all your feelings, you will then be able to communicate to your partner in a more loving and centered way. When we are upset, we generally have many feelings at once. For example, when your partner disappoints you, you may feel angry that he is being insensitive, angry that she is being unappreciative, sad that he is so preoccupied with his work, sad that she doesn't seem to trust you, afraid that she will never forgive you, afraid that he doesn't care as much about you, sorry that you are secretly withholding your love from him or her, but at the same time you love that he or she is your partner, and you want his or her love and attention. To find our loving feelings, many times we need first to feel all our negative feelings. After expressing these 4 levels of negative feelings, anger, sadness, fear, and regret, we can fully feel and express our loving feelings. Writing love letters automatically lessens the intensity of our negative feelings and allows us to experience more fully our positive feelings. Here are some guidelines for writing a basic love letter. 1. Address the letter to your partner. Pretend that he or she is listening to you with love and understanding. 2. Start with anger, then sadness, then fear, then regret, and then love. Include all 5 sections in each letter. 3. Write a few sentences about each feeling. Keep each section approximately the same length. Speak in simple terms. 4. After each section, pause and notice the next feeling coming up. Write about that feeling. 5. Do not stop your letter until you get to the love. Be patient and wait for the love to come out. 6. Sign your name at the end. Take a few moments to think about what you need or want. Write it in a PS. To simplify writing your letters, you may wish to make copies of page 211 to use as a guide in writing your own love letters. In each of the 5 sections, a few helpful lead and phrases are included to help you express your feelings. You may use just a few of these phrases or all of them. Generally, the most releasing expressions are: I am angry, I am sad, I am afraid, I am sorry, I want, and I love. However, any phrases that assist you in expressing your feelings will work. It usually takes about 20 minutes to complete a love letter. A love letter. Dear date, I am writing this letter to share my feelings with you. 1. For anger, I don't like it. I feel frustrated. I am angry that. I feel annoyed. I want. 2. For sadness, I feel disappointed. I am sad that. I feel hurt. I wanted. I want. 3. For fear, I worried. I am afraid. I feel scared. I do not want. I need. I want. 4. For regret, I feel embarrassed. I am sorry. I feel ashamed. I didn't want. I want. 5. For love, I love. I want. I understand. I forgive. I appreciate. I thank you for. I know. P.S. The response I would like to hear from you. Here are some typical situations and some sample love letters that will help you understand the technique. A love letter about forgetfulness. When Tom napped longer than he'd planned and forgot to take his daughter Haley to the dentist, his wife, Samantha, was furious. Instead of confronting Tom with her anger and disapproval, however, she sat down and wrote the following love letter. Afterwards, she was able to approach Tom in a more centered and accepting way. Because she wrote this letter, Samantha did not feel an urge to lecture or reject her husband. Instead of having an argument, they enjoyed a loving evening. The next week, Tom made sure Haley got to the dentist. This is Samantha's love letter. Dear Tom, 1. Anger. I am furious that you forgot. I am angry that you overslept. I hate it when you take naps and forget everything. I am tired of feeling responsible for everything. You expect me to do everything. I am tired of this. 2. Sad. I am sad that Haley missed her appointment. I am sad that you forgot. I am sad because I feel like I can't rely on you. I am sad that you have to work so hard. I am sad that you are so tired. I am sad that you have less time for me. I feel hurt when you are not excited to see me. I feel hurt when you forget things. I feel like you don't care. 3. Fear. I am afraid I have to do everything. I am afraid to trust you. I am afraid that you don't care. I am afraid I will have to be responsible next time. I don't want to do everything. I need your help. I am afraid to need you. I am afraid you will never be responsible. I am afraid you are working too hard. I am afraid you may get sick. 4. Regret. I feel embarrassed when you miss appointments. I feel embarrassed when you are late. I am sorry that I am so demanding. I am sorry that I am not more accepting. I feel ashamed that I am not more loving. I don't want to reject you. 5. Love. I love you. I understand you were tired. You work so hard. I know you are doing your best. I forgive you for forgetting. Thank you for making another appointment. Thank you for wanting to take Haley to the dentist. I know you really do care. I know you love me. I feel so lucky to have you in my life. I want to have a loving evening with you. Love, Samantha. P.S. I need to hear that you will be responsible to take Haley next week to the dentist. A love letter about indifference. Jim was leaving the next morning for a business trip. That evening, his wife, Virginia, attempted to create some intimacy. She brought a mango into their bedroom and offered him some. Jim was preoccupied reading a book in bed and briefly commented that he wasn't hungry. Virginia felt rejected and left. Inside, she was hurt and angry. Instead of coming back and complaining about his rudeness and insensitivity, she wrote a love letter. After writing this letter, feeling more accepting and forgiving, went back into the bedroom and said, "This is our last night before you leave. Let's spend some special time together." Jim put down his book and they had a delightful, intimate evening. Writing a love letter gave Virginie the strength and love to persist more directly in getting her partner's attention. She did not even need to share her love letter with her partner. This is her letter. Dear Jim, 1. Anger. I am frustrated that you want to read a book and this is our last evening together before you leave. I am angry that you ignore me. I am angry that you do not want to spend this time with me. I am angry that we don't spend more time together. There is always something more important than me. I want to feel you love me. 2. Sad. I am sad that you don't want to be with me. I am sad that you work so hard. I feel like you wouldn't even notice if I wasn't here. I am sad that you are always so busy. I am sad that you don't want to talk with me. I feel hurt that you do not care. I don't feel special. 3. Fear. I am afraid you don't even know why I am upset. I am afraid you don't care. I am afraid of sharing my feelings with you. I am afraid you will reject me. I am afraid we are drifting further apart. I am scared that I can't do anything about it. I am afraid that I am boring to you. I am afraid that you don't like me. 4. Regret. I feel so embarrassed wanting to spend time with you when you don't even care. I feel embarrassed getting so upset. I am sorry if this sounds demanding. I am sorry that I am not more loving and accepting. I am sorry that I was cold when you didn't want to spend time with me. I am sorry that I didn't give you another chance. I am sorry that I stopped trusting your love. 5. Love. I do love you. That's why I brought the mango. I wanted to do something to please you. I wanted to spend some special time together. I still want to have a special evening. I forgive you for being so indifferent to me. I forgive you for not responding right away. I understand you were in the middle of reading something. Let's have a loving, intimate evening. I love you, Virginia. P.S. The response I would like to hear. I love you, Virginia. And I also want to spend a loving evening with you. I am going to miss you. A love letter about arguing. Michael and Vanessa disagreed about a financial decision. Within a few minutes they got into an argument. When Michael noticed that he was starting to yell, he stopped yelling, took a deep breath. Then he went into another room and wrote out his feelings in a love letter. After writing the letter, he was able to go back and discuss the matter in a more understanding way. As a result, they were able lovingly to resolve their problem. This is his love letter. Dear Vanessa, 1. Anger. I am angry that you get so emotional. I am angry that you keep misunderstanding me. I am angry that you can't stay calm when we talk. I am angry that you are so sensitive and easily hurt. I am angry that you mistrust and reject me. 2. Sadness. I am sad that we are arguing. It hurts to feel your doubts and mistrust. It hurts to lose your love. I am sad that we fought. I am sad that we disagree. 3. Fear. I am afraid of making a mistake. I am afraid I can't do what I want to do without upsetting you. I am afraid to share my feelings. I am afraid you will make me wrong. I am afraid of looking incompetent. I am afraid you do not appreciate me. I am afraid to talk with you when you are so upset. I don't know what to say. 4. Regret. I am sorry I hurt you. I am sorry I don't agree with you. I am sorry that I became so cold. I am sorry that I am so resistant to your ideas. I am sorry that I am in such a hurry to do what I want. I am sorry that I make your feelings wrong. You do not deserve to be treated that way. I am sorry that I judged you. 5. Love. I love you and I want to work this out. I think I could listen to your feelings now. I want to support you. I understand I hurt your feelings. I am sorry I was so invalidating of your feelings. I really love you so much. I want to be your hero, and I don't want to just agree with everything. I want you to admire me. I need to be me and I support you in being you. I love you. This time when we talk I will be more patient and understanding. You deserve that. I love you, Michael. P.S. The response I would like to hear. I love you, Michael. I really appreciate what a caring and understanding man you are. I trust we can work this out. A love letter about frustration and disappointment. Jean left a message for her husband, Bill, saying that she wanted him to bring some important mail home. Somehow, Bill never got the message. When he arrived home without the mail, Jean's reaction was strong frustration and disappointment, although Bill was not at fault. When Jean continued making comments about how much she needed that mail and how frustrated she was, he started to feel blamed and attacked. Jean did not realize that Bill was taking personally all her feelings of frustration and disappointment. Bill was about to explode and make her wrong for being so upset. Instead of dumping his defensive feelings on her and ruining their evening, he wisely decided to take 10 minutes and write a love letter. When he finished writing, he came back more loving and gave his wife a hug, saying, "I am sorry you didn't get your mail. I wish I had gotten that message. Do you still love me anyway?" Jean responded with a lot of love and appreciation, and they had a wonderful evening instead of a cold war. This is Bill's love letter. Dear Jean, 1. Anger. I hate when you get so upset. I hate when you blame me. I am angry that you are so unhappy. I am angry that you are not happy to see me. It feels like nothing I do is ever enough. I want you to appreciate me and be happy to see me. 2. Sad. I am sad that you are so frustrated and disappointed. I am sad that you are not happy with me. I want you to be happy. I am sad that work is always getting in the way of our love life. I am sad that you don't appreciate all the wonderful things we have in our lives. I am sad I didn't come home with the mail you needed. 3. Fear. I am afraid I can make you happy. I am afraid you will be unhappy all evening. I am afraid to be open with you or be close to you. I am afraid of needing your love. I am afraid I am not good enough. I am afraid you will hold this against me. 4. Regret. I am sorry that I didn't bring home the mail. I am sorry you are so unhappy. I am sorry that I didn't think to call you. I didn't want to upset you. I wanted you to be happy to see me. We have a 4-day holiday, and I want it to be special. 5. Love. I love you. I want you to be happy. I understand you are upset. I understand that you need some time to just be upset. I know that you are not trying to make me feel bad. You just need a hug and some empathy. I am sorry. Sometimes I don't know what to do and I start making you be in the wrong. Thank you for being my wife. I love you so much. You don't have to be perfect and you don't have to be happy. I understand you are upset about the mail. I love you, Bill. P.S. The response I would like to hear. I love you, Bill. I appreciate how much you do for me. Thank you for being my husband. Step 2. Writing a response letter. Writing a response letter is the second step in the love letter technique. Once you have expressed both your negative and positive feelings, taking an additional 3 to 5 minutes to write a response letter can be a healing process. In this letter, you will write the kind of response you would like to have from your partner. It works like this. Imagine that your partner is able to respond lovingly to your hurt feelings, the ones you expressed in your love letter. Write a short letter to yourself pretending it is your partner writing to you. Include all the things you would like to hear from your partner about the hurts you have expressed. The following lead-in phrases can get you started. Thank you for. I understand. I am sorry. You deserve. I want. I love. Sometimes writing a response letter is even more powerful than writing a love letter. Writing out what we actually want and need increases our openness to receiving the support we deserve. In addition, when we imagine our partners responding lovingly, we actually make it easier for them to do so. Some people are very good at writing out their negative feelings but have a hard time finding the feelings of love. It is especially important for these people to write response letters and explore what they would want to hear in return. Be sure to feel your own resistance about letting your partner support you. This gives you an added awareness about how difficult it must be for your partner to deal lovingly with you at such times. How we can learn about our partner's needs. Sometimes women object to writing response letters. They expect their partners to know what to say. They have a hidden feeling that says, I don't want to tell him what I need. If he really loves me, he will know. In this case, a woman needs to remember men are from Mars and don't know what women need. They need to be told. A man's response is more a reflection of his planet than a mirror of how much he loves her. If he were a Venusian, he would know what to say, but he is not. Men really don't know how to respond to a woman's feelings. For the most part, our culture doesn't teach men what women need. If a man has seen and heard his father respond with loving words to his mother's upset feelings, then he would have a better idea about what to do. As it is, he doesn't know because he's never been taught. Response letters are the best way to teach a man about a woman's needs. Slowly, but surely, he will learn. Sometimes women ask me, LF. I tell him what I want to hear, and he starts saying it. How do I know he is not just saying it? I'm afraid he may not really mean it. This is an important question. If a man doesn't love a woman, he will not even bother to give her what she needs. If he even attempts to give a response similar to her request, then most likely he is really trying to respond. If he doesn't sound fully sincere, it's because he is learning something new. Learning a new way of responding is awkward. To him, it may feel weak. This is a critical time. He needs lots of appreciation and encouragement. He needs feedback telling him he's on the right track. If his attempts to support her seem somewhat insincere, it is usually because he is afraid his efforts will not work. If a woman appreciates his attempt, the next time he will feel more secure and thus be able to be more sincere. A man is not a fool when he feels that a woman is receptive to him and that he can respond in a way that makes a positive difference. He will do it. It just takes time. Women as well can learn a lot about men and what they need by hearing a man's response letter. A woman is generally perplexed by a man's reactions to her. She has no idea why he rejects her attempts to support him. She misunderstands what he needs. Sometimes she resists him because she thinks he wants her to give up herself. In most cases, however, he really wants her to trust, appreciate, and accept him. To receive support, we not only have to teach our partners what we need, but we also have to be willing to be supported. Response letters ensure that a person is open to being supported. Otherwise, communication cannot work. To share hurt feelings with an attitude that says nothing you say can make me feel better is not only counterproductive but also hurtful to your partner. It is better not to talk at these times. Here is an example of a love letter and its response letter. Notice that the response is still under the PS, but it's a bit longer and more detailed than those above. A love letter and response letter about his resistance when Teresa asks her husband, Paul, for support. He resists her and appears burdened by her requests. Dear Paul, 1. Anger. I am angry that you resist me. I am angry that you do not offer to help me. I am angry that I always have to ask. I do so much for you. I need your help. 2. Sadness. I am sad that you don't want to help me. I am sad because I feel so alone. I want to do more things together. I miss your support. 3. Fear. I am afraid to ask for your help. I am afraid of your anger. I am afraid you will say no and then I will be hurt. 4. Regret. I am sorry that I resent you so much. I am sorry that I nag you and criticize you. I am sorry I don't appreciate you more. I am sorry I give too much and then demand you do the same. 5. Love. I love you. I understand you are doing your best. I know you do care about me. I want to ask you in more loving ways. You are such a loving father to our children. I love you, Teresa. P.S. The response I would like to hear is, Dear Teresa, thank you for loving me so much. Thank you for sharing your feelings. I understand that it hurts you when I act as if your requests are too demanding. I understand that it hurts when I resist you. I am sorry that I don't offer to help you more often. You deserve my support and I want to support you more. I do love you and I feel so happy that you are my wife. I love you, Paul. Step 3. Sharing your love letter and response letter. Sharing your letters is important for the following reasons. It allows you to express your feelings openly and honestly. It helps you to get the emotional support you need. It fosters mutual understanding and empathy. It promotes healing and resolution of conflicts. It encourages couples to start talking again when communication breaks down. There are 5 ways to share your letters outlined below. In this case, it is assumed that she wrote the letter, but these methods work just as well if he wrote the letter. 1. He reads her love letter and response letter out loud while she is present. Then he holds her hands and gives his own loving response with a greater awareness of what she needs to hear. 2. She reads her love letter and response letter out loud while he is listening. Then he holds her hands and gives his own loving response with a greater awareness of what she needs to hear. 3. First he reads her response letter out loud to her. Then he reads her love letter out loud. It is much easier for a man to hear negative feelings when he already knows how to respond to those feelings. By letting a man know what is required of him, he doesn't panic as much when he is hearing negative feelings. After he reads her love letter, he then holds her hands and gives his own loving response with a greater awareness of what she needs to hear. 4. First she reads her response letter to him. Then she reads her love letter out loud. Finally, he holds her hands and gives her a loving response with a greater awareness of what she needs. 5. She gives her letters to him and he reads them privately within 24 hours. After he has read the letters, he thanks her for writing them and holds her hands and gives her a loving response, with a greater awareness of what she needs. Based on their past experiences, some men and women have great difficulty hearing love letters. In this case, they should not be expected to read one. But even when your partner chooses to hear a letter, sometimes they are unable to respond right away in a loving manner. Let's take Paul and Teresa as an example. If Paul is not feeling more loving after he has heard his partner's letters, then it is because he can't respond with love at that time. But after time, his feelings will change. When reading the letters, he may feel attacked by the anger and hurt and become defensive. At such times, he needs to take a time out to reflect on what was said. Sometimes when a person hears a love letter, they only hear the anger, and it will take a while before they can hear the love. It helps if, after a bit, he rereads the letter, especially the regret and love sections. Sometimes before I read a love letter from my wife, I read the love section first, and then I read the full letter. If a man is upset after reading a love letter, he could also respond with his own love letter, which would allow him to process the negative feelings that came up when he read her love letter. Sometimes I don't know what is bothering me until my wife shares a love letter with me, and then suddenly I have something to write about. By writing my letter, I am able to find again my loving feelings and reread her letter and hear the love behind her hurt. If a man cannot immediately respond with love, he needs to know that it's okay and not be punished. His partner needs to understand and accept his need to think about things for a while. Perhaps, to support his partner, he can say something like, "Thank you for writing this letter. I need some time to think about it and then we can talk about it." It is important that he not express critical feelings about the letter. Sharing letters needs to be a safe time. All of the above suggestions for sharing love letters also apply when a woman has difficulty responding to a man's letter in a loving way. I generally recommend that couples read out loud the letters they have written. It is helpful to read your partner's letter out loud because it helps them feel heard. Experiment with both and see what fits you. Making it safe for love letters. Sharing love letters can be scary. The person writing their true feelings will feel vulnerable. If their partner rejects them, it can be very painful. The purpose of sharing the letter is to open up feelings so that partners can become closer. It works well as long as the process is done in safety. The person receiving the love letter needs to be particularly respectful of the writer's expression. If they cannot give true, respectful support, then they shouldn't agree to listen until they can. Sharing letters needs to be done with the correct intention. Sharing a letter needs to be done in the spirit of the following 2 statements of intent. Statement of intent for writing and sharing a love letter. I have written this letter in order to find my positive feelings and to give you the love you deserve. As part of that process, I am sharing with you my negative feelings, which are holding me back. Your understanding will help me to open up and let go of my negative feelings. I trust you do care and that you would respond to my feelings in the best way you can. I appreciate your willingness to listen and support me. In addition, I hope that this letter will assist you in understanding my wants, needs, and wishes. The partner who is hearing the letter needs to listen in the spirit of the following statement of intent. Statement of intent for hearing a love letter. I promise to do my best to understand the validity of your feelings, to accept our differences, to respect your needs as I do my own, and to appreciate that you are doing your best to communicate your feelings and love. I promise to listen and not correct or deny your feelings. I promise to accept you and not try to change you. I am willing to listen to your feelings because I do care, and I trust that we can work this out. The first few times you practice the love letter technique, it will be much safer if you actually read these statements out loud. These statements of intent will help you remember to respect your partner's feelings and respond in a loving, safe way. Mini love letters. If you are upset and you don't have 20 minutes to write a love letter, you can try writing a mini love letter. It only takes 3 to 5 minutes and can really help. Here are some examples. Dear Max, 1. I am so angry that you are late. 2. I am sad that you have forgotten me. 3. I am afraid you don't really care about me. 4. I am sorry that I am so unforgiving. 5. I love you and I forgive you for being late. I know you really love me. Thank you for trying. Love, Sandy. Dear Henry, 1. I am angry that you are so tired. I am angry that you just watch TV. 2. I am sad that you don't want to talk to me. 3. I am afraid that we are growing apart. I am afraid of making you angry. 4. I am sorry that I rejected you at dinner. I am sorry I blame you for our problems. 5. I miss your love. Would you schedule an hour with me tonight or sometime soon just for me to share with you what's going on in my life? Love, Leslie. P.S. What I would like to hear from you is, Dear Leslie, thank you for writing me about your feelings. I understand you miss me, Let's schedule special time tonight between 8 and 9. Love, Henry. When to write love letters. The time to write a love letter is whenever you are upset and you want to feel better. Here are some common ways love letters can be written. 1. Love letter to an intimate partner. 2. Love letter to a friend, child, or family member. 3. Love letter to business associate or client. Instead of saying I love you at the end, you may choose to use I appreciate and I respect. In most cases, I don't recommend sharing it. 4. Love letter to yourself. 5. Love letter to God or higher power. Share your upset feelings about your life with God and ask for support. 6. Role reversal love letter. If it is hard to forgive someone, pretend you are them for a few minutes and write a love letter from them to you. You will be amazed at how quickly you become more forgiving. 7. Monster love letter. If you are really upset and your feelings are mean and judgmental, vent them in a letter. Then burn the letter. Do not expect your partner to read it unless you both can handle negative feelings and are willing to do so. In that case, even monster letters can be very helpful. 8. Displacement love letter. When present events upset you and remind you of unresolved feelings from childhood, imagine you can go back in time and write a letter to one of your parents, sharing your feelings and asking for their support. Why we need to write love letters. As we have explored throughout this book, it is vastly important for women to share their feelings and feel cared for, understood, and respected. It is equally important for men to feel appreciated, accepted, and trusted. The biggest problem in relationships occurs when a woman shares her upset feelings and, as a result, a man feels unloved. To him, her negative feelings may sound critical, blaming, demanding, and resentful. When he rejects her feelings, she then feels unloved. The success of a relationship is solely dependent on 2 factors: a man's ability to listen lovingly and respectfully to a woman's feelings, and a woman's ability to share her feelings in a loving and respectful way. A relationship requires that partners communicate their changing feelings and needs. To expect perfect communication is certainly too idealistic. Fortunately, between here and perfection there is a lot of room for growth. Realistic expectations. To expect communication always to be easy is unrealistic. Some feelings are very difficult to communicate without hurting the listener. Couples who have wonderful and loving relationships will sometimes agonize over how to communicate in a way that works for both people. It is difficult truly to understand another person's point of view, especially when he or she is not saying what you want to hear. It is also hard to be respectful of another when your own feelings have been hurt. Many couples mistakenly think that their inability to communicate successfully and lovingly means they don't love each other enough. Certainly love has a lot to do with it, but communication skill is a much more important ingredient. Fortunately, a learnable skill. How we learn to communicate. Successful communication would be second nature if we grew up in families that were already capable of honest and loving communication. But in previous generations, so-called loving communication generally meant avoiding negative feelings. It was often as if negative feelings were a shameful sickness and something to be locked away in the closet. In less civilized families, what was considered loving communication might include acting out or rationalizing negative feelings through physical punishment, yelling, spanking, whipping, and all kinds of verbal abuse, all in the name of trying to help the children learn right from wrong. Had our parents learned to communicate lovingly without suppressing negative feelings, we as children would have been safe to discover and explore our own negative reactions and feelings through trial and error. Through positive role models, we would have learned successfully how to communicate, especially our difficult feelings. As a result of 18 years of trial and error in expressing our feelings, we would have gradually learned to express our feelings respectfully and appropriately. If this had been the case, we would not need the love letter technique. If our positions were different, had our past been different, We would have watched our father successfully and lovingly listen to our mother expand and express her frustrations and disappointments. Daily we would have experienced our father giving our mother the loving caring and understanding that she needed from her loving husband. We would have watched our mother trusting our father and sharing her feelings openly, without disapproving or blaming him. We would have experienced how a person could be upset without pushing someone away with mistrust, emotional manipulation, avoidance, disapproval, condescension, or coldness. Throughout our 18 years of growing up, we would gradually be able to master our own emotions just as we have mastered walking or math. It would be a learned skill, like walking, jumping, singing, reading, and balancing a checkbook. But it didn't happen that way for most of us. Instead, we spent 18 years learning unsuccessful communication skills. Because we lack education in how to communicate feelings, it is a difficult and seemingly insurmountable task to communicate lovingly when we are having negative feelings. To come to understand how difficult this is, consider your answers to these following questions. 1. When you are feeling angry or resentful, how do you express love if, while you were growing up, your parents either argued or conspired to avoid arguing? 2. How do you get your kids to listen to you without yelling or punishing them if your parents yelled and punished you to maintain control? 3. How do you ask for more support if, even as a child, you felt repeatedly neglected and disappointed? 4. How do you open up and share your feelings if you are afraid of being rejected? 5. How do you talk to your partner if your feelings say "I hate you"? 6. How do you say "I am sorry" if, as a child, you were punished for making mistakes? 7. How can you admit your mistakes if you are afraid of punishment and rejection? 8. How can you show your feelings if, as a child, you were repeatedly rejected or judged for being upset and crying? 9. How are you supposed to ask for what you want if, as a child, you were repeatedly made to feel wrong for wanting more? 10. How are you even supposed to know what you are feeling if your parents didn't have the time, patience, or awareness to ask you how you were feeling or what was bothering you? 11. How can you accept your partner's imperfections if, as a child, you felt you had to be perfect to be worthy of love? 12. How can you listen to your partner's painful feelings if no one listened to yours? 13. How can you forgive if you were not forgiven? 14. How are you supposed to cry and heal your pain and grief if, as a child, you were repeatedly told "don't cry" or "when are you going to grow up?" or "only babies cry"? 15. How can you bear your partner's disappointment if, as a child, you were made to feel responsible for our mother's pain long before you could understand you were not responsible? 16. How can you hear your partner's anger if, as a child, your mother or father took their frustrations out on you through yelling and being demanding? 17. How do you open up and trust your partner if the first people you trusted with your innocence betrayed you in some way? 18. How are you supposed to communicate your feelings lovingly and respectfully if you haven't had 18 years of practice without the threat of being rejected and abandoned? The answer to all these 18 questions is the same. It is possible to learn loving communication, but we need to work at it. We have to make up for the 18 years of neglect. No matter how perfect our parents were, nobody is really perfect. If you have problems communicating, it is neither a curse nor all your partner's fault. It is simply a lack of having the correct training and the safety to practice. In reading the above questions, you may have had some feelings come up. Don't waste a special opportunity to heal yourself. Take 20 minutes right now and write one of your parents a love letter. Simply get a pen and some paper and begin expressing your feelings using the love letter format. Try it now, and you will be amazed at the outcome. Telling the complete truth. Love letters work because they assist you in telling the complete truth. Merely to explore a part of your feelings does not bring about the desired healing. For example, 1. Feeling your anger may not help you at all. It may just make you more angry. The more you dwell on just your anger, the more upset you will become. 2. Crying for hours may leave you feeling empty and spent. if you never move past the sadness. 3. To feel only your fears may make you even more fearful. 4. To feel sorry without moving through it may just make you feel guilty and ashamed and may even be harmful to your self-esteem. 5. Trying to feel loving all the time will force you to suppress all your negative emotions, and after a few years, you will become numb and unfeeling. Love letters work because they guide you in writing out the complete truth about all your feelings. To heal our inner pain, we must feel each of the 4 primary aspects of emotional pain. They are anger, sadness, fear, regret. Why love letters work? By expressing each of the 4 levels of emotional pain, our pain is released. Writing only 1 or 2 negative feelings does not work as well. This is because many of our negative emotional reactions are not real feelings but defense mechanisms we unconsciously use to avoid our true feelings. For example, 1. People who get angry easily generally are trying to hide from their hurt, sadness, fear, or regret. When they feel their more vulnerable feelings, the anger goes away and they become more loving. 2. People who cry easily generally have a hard time getting angry, but when they are helped to express anger, they feel much better and more loving. 3. People who are fearful generally need to feel and express their anger. The fear then goes away. 4. People who often feel sorry and guilty generally need to feel and express their hurt and anger before they can feel the self-love they deserve. 5. People who always feel loving but wonder why they are depressed or numb generally need to ask themselves this question: if I were angry and upset about something, what would it be? And write out the answers. This will help them get in touch with the feelings hidden behind the depression and numbness. Love letters can be used in this fashion. How feelings can hide other feelings. Following are some examples of how men and women use their negative emotions to avoid or suppress their true pain. Keep in mind that this process is automatic. We are often not aware that is happening. Consider for a moment these questions. Do you smile when you are really angry? Do you avoid talking about your feelings and instead act like everything is okay, even when you feel overwhelmed? Do you hide your sadness and try to appear cheerful to avoid confronting your true emotions? Do you find yourself withdrawing from others or becoming irritable when you are actually feeling hurt inside? The following chart shows how men and women commonly deny their true feelings. Certainly not all men will fit the male description, just as not all women will fit the female description. The chart gives us a way to understand how we may remain strangers to our real feelings. Ways we cover up our real feelings. How men hide their pain. This process is generally unconscious. 1. Men may use anger as a way of avoiding the painful feelings of sadness, hurt, sorrow, guilt, and fear. 2. Men may use indifference and discouragement as a way of avoiding the painful feelings of anger. 3. Men may use feeling offended as a way of avoiding feeling hurt. 4. Men may use anger and righteousness as a way to avoid feeling afraid or uncertain. 5. Men may feel ashamed to avoid anger and grieving. 6. Men may use peace and calm as a way to avoid anger, fear, disappointment, discouragement, and shame. 7. Men may use confidence to avoid feeling inadequate. 8. Men may use aggression to avoid feeling afraid. How women hide their pain. This process is generally unconscious. 1. Women may use concern and worry as a way of avoiding the painful feelings of anger, guilt, fear, and disappointment. 2. Women may fall into confusion as a way of avoiding anger, irritation, and frustration. 3. Women may use feeling bad as a way of avoiding embarrassment, anger, sadness, and regret. 4. Women may use fear and uncertainty as a way of avoiding anger, hurt, and sadness. 5. Women may use grieving to avoid feeling angry and afraid. 6. Women may use hope as a way to avoid anger, sadness, grief, and sorrow. 7. Women may use happiness and gratitude to avoid feeling sadness and disappointment. 8. Women may use love and forgiveness as a way to avoid feeling hurt and angry. Healing negative feelings. Understanding and accepting another's negative feelings are difficult if your own negative feelings have not been heard and supported. The more we are able to heal our own unresolved feelings from childhood, the easier it is responsibly to share our feelings and to listen to our partner's feelings without being hurt, impatient, frustrated, or offended. The more resistance you have to feeling your inner pain, the more resistance you will have to listening to the feelings of others. If you feel impatient and intolerant when others express their childlike feelings, then this is an indicator of how you treat yourself. To retrain ourselves, we must reparent ourselves. We must acknowledge that there is an emotional person inside us who gets upset even when our rational adult mind says there is no reason to be upset. We must isolate that emotional part of ourself and become a loving parent to it. We need to ask ourselves, what's the matter? Are you hurt? What are you feeling? What happened to upset you? What are you angry about? What makes you sad? What are you afraid of? What do you want? When we listen to our feelings with compassion, our negative feelings quite miraculously are healed, and we are able to respond to situations in a much more loving and respectful way. By understanding our childlike feelings, we automatically open a door for loving feelings to permeate what we say. If as children our inner emotions had been repeatedly heard and validated in a loving way, then as adults, we wouldn't get stuck in negative emotions. But most of us weren't supported this way as children, so we have to do it for ourselves. How your post affects you today. Certainly you've had the experience of feeling gripped by negative emotions. These are some common ways our unresolved emotions from childhood may affect us today as we encounter the stresses of being adults. 1. When something has been frustrating, we remain stuck feeling angry and annoyed, even when our adult self says we should feel calm, loving, and peaceful. 2. When something has been disappointing, we remain stuck feeling sad and hurt, even when our adult self says we should feel enthusiastic, happy, and hopeful. 3. When something has been upsetting, we remain stuck feeling afraid and worried, even when our adult self says we should feel assured, confident, and grateful. 4. When something has been embarrassing, we remain stuck feeling sorry and ashamed, even when our adult self says we should feel secure, good, and wonderful. Silencing your feelings through addictions. As adults, we generally try to control these negative emotions by avoiding them. Our addictions can be used to silence the painful cries of our feelings and unfulfilled needs. After a glass of wine, the pain is gone for a moment, but it will come back again and again. Ironically, the very act of avoiding our negative emotions gives them the power to control our lives. By learning to listen to and nurture our inner emotions, they gradually lose their grip. When you are very upset, it certainly is not possible to communicate as effectively as you want to. At such times, the unresolved feelings of your past have come back. It is as though the child that was never allowed to throw a tantrum now throws one, only to be exiled once again into the closet. Our unresolved childhood emotions have the power to control us by gripping our adult awareness and preventing loving communication. Until we are able lovingly to listen to these seemingly irrational feelings from our past, which seem to intrude into our life when we most need our sanity, they will obstruct loving communication. The secret of communicating our difficult feelings lies in having the wisdom and the commitment to express our negative feelings in writing so that we can become aware of our more positive feelings. The more we are able to communicate to our partners with the love they deserve, the better our relationships will be. When you are able to share your upset feelings in a loving way, it becomes much easier for your partner to support you in return. Secrets of self-help. Writing love letters is an excellent self-help tool, but if you don't immediately get in the habit of writing them, you may forget to use it. I suggest that at least once a week, when something is bothering you, sit down and write a love letter. Love letters are helpful not only when you feel upset with your partner in a relationship, but also whenever you are upset. Writing love letters help when you are feeling resentful, unhappy, anxious, depressed, annoyed, tired, stuck, or simply stressed. Whenever you want to feel better, write a love letter. It may not always completely improve your mood, but it will help move you in the direction you want to go. In my first book, What You Feel You Can Heal, the importance of exploring feelings and writing love letters is more fully discussed. In addition, in my tape series, Healing the Heart, I share healing visualizations and exercises based on the love letter technique for overcoming anxiety, releasing resentment, and finding forgiveness, loving your inner child, and healing past emotional wounds. In addition, many more books and workbooks have been written on this subject by other authors. Reading these books is important to help you get in touch with your inner feelings and heal them. But remember, unless you are letting that emotional part of you speak out and be heard, it cannot be healed. Books can inspire you to love yourself more, but by listening to, writing out, or verbally expressing your feelings, you are actually doing it. As you practice the love letter technique, you will begin to experience the part of you that needs love the most. By listening to your feelings and exploring your emotions, you will be helping this part of you to grow and develop. As your emotional self gets the love and understanding it needs, you will automatically begin to communicate better. You will become capable of responding to situations in a more loving manner. Even though we have all been programmed to hide our feelings and react defensively and not lovingly, we can retrain ourselves. There is great hope. To retrain yourself, you need to listen to and understand the unresolved feelings that have never had a chance to be healed. This part of you needs to be felt, heard, and understood, and then it is healed. Practicing the love letter technique is a safe way to express unresolved feelings, negative emotions, and wants without being judged or rejected. By listening to our feelings, we are in effect wisely treating our emotional side like a little child crying in a loving and accepting manner. By exploring the complete truth of our feelings, we are giving ourselves full permission to have these feelings. Through treating this childlike part of us with respect and love, the unresolved emotional wounds of our past can be gradually healed. Many people grow up too quickly because they reject and suppress their feelings. Their unresolved emotional pain is waiting inside to come out to be loved and healed. Although they may attempt to suppress these feelings, the pain and unhappiness continue to affect them. Most physical diseases are now widely accepted as being directly related to our unresolved emotional pain. Suppressed emotional pain generally becomes physical pain or sickness and can cause premature death. In addition, most of our destructive compulsions, obsessions, and addictions are expressions of our inner emotional wounds. A man's common obsession with success is his desperate attempt to win love in hopes of reducing his inner emotional pain and turmoil. A woman's common obsession with being perfect is her desperate attempt to be worthy of love and reduce her emotional pain. Anything done to excess can become a means to numb the pain of our unresolved past. Our society is filled with distractions to assist us in avoiding our pain. Love letters, however, assist you in looking at your pain, feeling it, and then healing it. Every time you write a love letter, you are giving your inner emotional and wounded self the love, understanding, and attention it needs to feel better. Privacy. Sometimes, by privately writing out your feelings, you will discover deeper levels of feelings that you could not feel with another person present. Complete privacy creates the safety to feel more deeply. Even if you are in a relationship and you feel you can talk about anything, I still recommend writing down your feelings sometimes. Writing love letters in private is also healthy because it provides a time for you to give to yourself without depending on anyone else. I recommend keeping a journal of your love letters or keeping them together in a file. To make writing love letters easier, you may wish to refer to the sample love letter format given earlier in this chapter. This love letter format can assist you in remembering the different stages of a love letter and offer some lead-in phrases when you may be stuck. If you have a personal computer, then type in the love letter format and use it over and over again. Simply open to that file whenever you want to write a love letter, and when you are finished, save it by the date. Print it out if you wish to share it with someone. In addition to writing letters, I suggest that you keep a private file for your letters. Occasionally reread these letters when you are not upset, because that is when you can review your feelings with a greater objectivity. This objectivity will help you to express upset feelings at a later time in a more respectful way. Also, if you write a love letter and you are still upset, by rereading the letter you may begin to feel better. To assist people in writing love letters and exploring and expressing feelings in a private way, I developed a computer program called Private Session. In a personal way, the computer uses pictures, graphics, questions, and various love letter formats to assist you in getting in touch with your feelings. It even suggests lead-in phrases to help you draw up and express particular emotions. In addition, it privately stores your letters and brings them up at times when reading them might help you more fully to express your feelings. Using your computer to assist you in expressing your feelings can help overcome the usual resistance that people have to writing love letters. Men, who are usually more resistant to this process, are more motivated to do it if they can sit privately in front of their computer. The power of intimacy. Privately writing love letters is very healing in itself, but it does not replace our need to be heard and understood by others. When you write a love letter, you are loving yourself, but when you share a letter, you are receiving love. To grow in our ability to love ourselves, we need to receive love as well. Sharing the truth opens the door of intimacy through which love can enter. To receive more love, we need to have people in our life with whom we can openly and safely share our feelings. It is very powerful to have some select people in your life with whom you can share your every feeling and trust that they will still love you and not hurt you with criticism, judgment, or rejection. When you can share who you are and how you feel, then you can fully receive love. If you have this love, it is easier to release negative emotional symptoms like resentment, anger, fear, and so forth. This does not mean that you need to share everything you feel and discover in private. But if there are feelings that you are afraid to share, then gradually these fears need to be healed. A loving therapist or close friend can be a tremendous source of love and healing if you can share your inner and deepest feelings. If you don't have a therapist, and having a friend read your letters from time to time is very helpful. Writing in private will make you feel better, but occasionally sharing your love letters with another person who cares and can be understanding is essential. The power of the group. The power of group support is something that cannot be described, but has to be experienced. A loving and supportive group can do wonders to help us more easily get in touch with our deeper feelings. To share your feelings with a group means there are more people available to give you love. The potential for growth is magnified by the size of the group. Even if you do not speak out in a group, by listening to others speak openly and honestly about their feelings, your awareness and insight expand. When I lead group seminars around the country, I repeatedly experience deeper parts of myself that need to be heard and understood. When someone stands up and shares their feelings, suddenly I begin to remember something or feel something myself. I gain valuable new insights about myself and others. At the end of each seminar, I generally feel much lighter and more loving. Everywhere, small support groups on almost every topic meet each week to give and receive this support. Group support is especially helpful if, as children, we did not feel safe to express ourselves in groups or in our family. While any positive group activity is empowering, speaking or listening in a loving and supportive group can be personally healing. One meet regularly with a small men's support group, and my wife, Bonnie, meets regularly with her women's support group. Getting this outside support greatly enhances our relationship. It frees us from looking to each other as the sole source of support. In addition, by listening to others share their successes and failures, our own problems tend to shrink. Taking time to listen. Whether you are privately writing down your thoughts and feelings on your computer or sharing them in therapy, in your relationships, or in a support group, you are taking an important step for yourself. When you take the time to listen to your feelings, you are in effect saying to the little feeling person inside you, matter. You deserve to be heard and I care enough to listen. I hope you will use this love letter technique because I have witnessed it transform the lives of thousands of people, including my own. As you write more love letters, it becomes easier and works better. It takes practice, but it is worth it. Chapter 12. How to ask for support and get it. If you are not getting the support you want in your relationships, a significant reason may be that you do not ask enough. You may ask in a way that doesn't work. Asking for love and support is essential to the success of any relationship. If you want to get, then you have to ask. Both men and women have difficulty asking for support. Women, however, tend to find it much more frustrating and disappointing to ask for support than men do. For this reason, I will be addressing this chapter to women, of course. Men will deepen their understanding of women if they too read this chapter. Why women don't ask. Women make the mistake of thinking they don't have to ask for support. Because they intuitively feel the needs of others and give whatever they can, they mistakenly expect men to do the same. When a woman is in love, she instinctively offers her love. With great delight and enthusiasm, she looks for ways to offer her support. The more she loves someone, the more motivated she is to offer her love. Back on Venus, everyone automatically gives support, so there was no reason to ask for it. In fact, not needing to ask is one of the ways they show their love for one another. On Venus, their motto is love is never having to ask, because this is her reference point. She assumes that if her partner loves her, he will offer his support and she won't have to ask. She may even purposefully not ask as a test to see if he really loves her. To pass the test, she requires that he anticipate her needs and offer his unsolicited support. This approach to relationships with men doesn't work. Men are from Mars, and on Mars, if you want support, you simply have to ask for it. Men are not instinctively motivated to offer their support. They need to be asked. This can be very confusing because if you ask a man for support in the wrong way, he gets turned off. And if you don't ask at all, you'll get little or none. In the beginning of a relationship, if a woman doesn't get the support she wants, she then assumes that he is not giving because he has nothing more to give. She patiently and lovingly continues to give, assuming that sooner or later he'll catch up. He assumes, however, he is giving enough, because she continues giving to him. He doesn't realize she is expecting him to give back. He thinks that if she needed or wanted more, she would stop giving. But since she is from Venus, she not only wants more but also expects him to offer his support without being asked. But he is waiting for her to start asking for support if she wants it. If she is not asking for support, he assumes he is giving enough. Eventually, she may ask for his support, but by this time she has given so much more and feels so much resentment that her request is really a demand. Some women will resent a man simply because they have to ask for his support. Then, when they do ask, even if he says yes and gives her some support, she will still resent that she had to ask. She feels, if I have to ask, it doesn't count. Men do not respond well to demands and resentment. Even if a man is willing to give support, her resentment or demands will lead him to say no. Demands are a complete turnoff. Her chances of getting his support are dramatically reduced when a request becomes a demand. In some cases, he will even give less for a while if he senses that she is demanding more. This pattern makes relationships with men very difficult for the unaware women. Though this problem may feel insurmountable, it can be solved. By remembering that men are from Mars, you can learn new ways to ask for what you want, ways that work. In my seminars, I have trained thousands of women in the art of asking, and they repeatedly have had immediate success. In this chapter, we will explore the 3 steps involved in asking for and getting what you want. They are: 1. Practice asking correctly for what you're already getting. 2. Practice asking for more, even when you know he will say no, and accept his no. 3. Practice assertive asking. Step 1. Asking correctly for what you are already getting. The first step in learning how to get more in your relationships is to practice asking for what you are already getting. Become aware of what your partner is already doing for you. Is already doing for you. You for what you partner. Especially the little things, like carrying boxes, fixing things, cleaning up, making calls, and other little chores. The important part of this stage is to begin asking him to do the little things he already does and not to take him for granted. Then when he does those things, give him a lot of appreciation. Temporarily give up expecting him to offer his support unsolicited. In step 1, it is important not to ask for more than what he is used to giving. Focus on asking him to do little things that he normally does. Allow him to become used to hearing you ask for things in a non-demanding tone. When he hears a demanding tone, no matter how nicely you phrase your request, all he hears is that he is not giving enough. This makes him feel unloved and unappreciated. His tendency is then to give less until you appreciate what he is already giving. He may be conditioned by you or his mother immediately to say no to your requests. In step I, you will be reconditioning him to respond positively to your requests. When a man gradually realizes that he is appreciated and not taken for granted and that he pleases you, he will want to respond positively to your requests when he can. Then he will begin automatically offering his support. But this advanced stage shouldn't be expected in the beginning. But there's another reason to start, by asking him for what he's already giving. You need to be sure you're asking in a way he can bear you and respond. That's what I mean when I say asking correctly. Tips for motivating a man. There are 5 secrets of how to correctly ask a Martian for support. If they are not observed, he may be easily turned off. They are: appropriate timing, non-demanding attitude, be brief, be direct, and use correct wording. Let's look at each more closely. 1. Appropriate timing. Be careful not to ask him to do something that he is obviously just planning to do. For example, if he is about to empty the trash, don't say, "Could you empty the trash?" He will feel you are telling him what to do. Timing is crucial. Also, if he is fully focused on something, don't expect him immediately to respond to your request. 2. Non-demanding attitude. Remember, a request is not a demand. If you have a resentful or demanding attitude, no matter how carefully you choose your words, you will feel unappreciated for what he has already given and probably say no. 3. Be brief. Avoid giving him a fist of reasons why he should help you. Assume that he doesn't have to be convinced. The longer you explain yourself, the more he will resist. Long explanations validating your request make him feel as though you don't trust him to support you. He will start to feel manipulated instead of free to offer his support. Just as a woman who is upset doesn't want to hear a list of reasons and explanations about why she shouldn't be upset, a man doesn't want to hear a list of reasons and explanations about why he should fulfill her request. Women mistakenly give a list of reasons to justify their needs. They think it will help him see that her request is valid and therefore motivate him. What a man hears is, "This is why you have to do it." The longer the list, the more he may resist supporting you. If he asks you why, then you can give your reasons. But then again, be cautiously brief. Practice trusting that he will do it if he can. Be as brief as possible. 4. Be direct. Women often think they are asking for support when they are not. When she needs support, a woman may present a problem but not directly ask for his support. She expects him to offer his support and neglects directly to ask for it. An indirect request implies the request does not directly say it. These indirect requests make a man feel taken for granted and unappreciated. Occasionally using indirect statements is certainly okay, but when they are repeatedly used, a man becomes resistant to giving his support. He may not even know why he is so resistant. The following statements are all examples of indirect requests, and how a man might respond to them. What he may hear when she is non-direct. What she should say, what she should not say. What he hears when she is indirect. Brief and direct. "Would you pick up the kids?" She means, "The kids need to be picked up, and I can't do it. If you can pick them up, please do so. Otherwise, I'll feel unsupported and resent you." He hears. Demand. Indirect. Indirect. Would you bring in the groceries? She means the groceries are in the car. It's your job to bring them in. I went shopping. He hears. Expectation. Indirect. Indirect. Would you empty the trash? She means I can't fit anything else in the trash can. You haven't emptied it. You shouldn't wait so long. He hears. Criticism. Indirect. Indirect. Would you clean up the backyard? She means the backyard is really a mess. You didn't clean it up again. You should be more responsible. I shouldn't have to remind you. He hears. Rejection. Indirect. Indirect. Would you bring in the mail? She means the mail hasn't been brought in. You forgot it. You should remember to bring it in. He hears. Disapproval. Indirect. Indirect. Would you take us out to eat tonight? She means I have no time to make dinner tonight. I've done so much. The least you could do is take us out. He hears. Dissatisfaction. Indirect. Indirect. Would you take me out this week? She means we haven't gone out in weeks. I'm not getting what I need. You should take me out more often. He hears. Resentment. Indirect. Indirect. Would you schedule some time to talk with me? She means we need to talk. It is your fault. We don't talk enough. You should talk with me more. He hears. Blame. 5. Use correct wording. One of the most common mistakes in asking for support is the use of could and can in place of would and will. Could you empty the trash? Is merely a question. Gathering information. Would you empty the trash? Is a request. Women often use could you indirectly to imply would you. As I mentioned before, indirect requests are a turn-off. When used occasionally, they certainly may go unnoticed, but persistently using can and could begins to irritate men. When I suggest to women that they begin asking for support, sometimes they panic because their partners have often made comments as their part to women speaking or asking. Sometimes they can the source of One, I don't understand why you keep asking me this. 2, you're asking me again. I've already told you. 3, can't you figure this out on your own? Despite how these comments might sound, when a man makes such remarks, he often means, I don't like the way you're asking. If a woman doesn't understand how certain language can affect men, she might become even more frustrated. She might then start saying, could you, thinking she's being more polite. However, while this approach might work on Venus, it doesn't work the same way on Mars. On Mars it would be an insult to ask a man, can you empty the trash? Of course he can empty the trash. The question is not can he empty the trash, but will he empty the trash? After he has been insulted, he may say no just because you have irritated him. What men want to be asked. When I explain this distinction between the C words and the W words in my seminars, women tend to think I am making a big deal over nothing. To women there is not much difference in fact. Could you may even seem more polite than would you, but to many men it is a big difference. Because this distinction is so important, I'm including comments by 17 different men who attended my seminars. 1. When I'm asked could you clean up the backyard, I really take it literally. I say, I could do it, sure it's possible, but I am not saying I will do it, and I certainly don't feel like I am making a promise to do it. On the other hand, when I am asked would you clean up the backyard, I begin to make a decision, and I am willing to be supportive. If I say yes, the chances of my remembering to do it are much greater because I have made a promise. 2. When she says I need your help, could you please help? It sounds critical, like somehow I have already failed her. It doesn't feel like an invitation to be the good guy I want to be and support her. On the other hand, I need your help. Would you please carry this? Sounds like a request, an opportunity to be the good guy. I want to say yes. 3. When my wife says can you change Christopher's diaper? I think inside, sure I can change it. I am capable. And a diaper is a simple thing to change. But then if I don't feel like doing it, I might make some excuse. Now, if she asked, would you change Christopher's diaper? I would say yes, sure, and do it. Inside I would feel, I like to participate and I enjoy helping raise our children. I want to help. 4. When I am asked, would you help me please? It gives me an opportunity to help, and I am more than willing to support her. But when I hear could you help me please, I feel backed up against the wall, as if I have no choice. If I have the ability to help, then I am expected to help. I don't feel appreciated. 5. I resent being asked could you. I feel like I have no choice but to say yes. If I say no, she will be upset with me. It is not a request but a demand. 6. I keep myself busy, or at least pretend to be busy so that the woman I work with doesn't ask me the could you question. With would you, I feel I have a choice, and I want to help. 7. Just as last week, wife asked me, could you plant flowers today? And without hesitation I said yes. Then when she came home she asked, I said no. She said, could you do it tomorrow? And again, without hesitation I said yes. This happened every day this week, and the flowers are still not planted. I think if she had asked me, would you plant the flowers tomorrow? I would have thought about it, and if I had said yes, I would have done it. 8. When I say yes, I could do that. I am not committing myself to doing it. I am just saying that I could do it. I have not promised to do it. If she gets upset with me, I feel like she doesn't have a right. If I say I will do it, then I can understand why she is upset if I don't do it. 9. I grew up with 5 sisters, and now I am married and have 3 daughters. When my wife says, can you bring out the trash? I just don't answer. Then she asks why, and I don't even know. Now I realize why. I feel controlled. I can respond to would you. 10. When I hear a could you, I'll immediately say yes. And then over the next 10 minutes I will realize why I'm not going to do it and then ignore the question. But when I hear a will you, a part of me comes up saying yes. I want to be of service. And then even if objections come up later in my mind, I will still fulfill her request because I have given my word. 11. I will say yes to a can you, but inside I resent her. I feel that if I say no, she will throw a fit. I feel manipulated. When she asks would you, I feel free to say yes or no. It is then my choice, and then I want to say yes. 12. When a woman asks me, would you do this? I feel assured inside that I am going to get a point for this. I feel appreciated and happy to give. 13. When I hear a would you, I feel I am being trusted to serve. But when I hear a can you or could you, I hear a question behind the question. She is asking me if I can empty the trash when it is obvious that I could, but behind her question is the request, which she doesn't trust me enough to directly ask. 14. When a woman asks would you or will you, I feel her vulnerability. I am much more sensitive to her and her needs. I definitely don't want to reject her. When she says could you, I am much more apt to say no because I know it is not a rejection of her. It is simply an impersonal statement saying I can do it. She won't take it personally if I say no to a could you do this. 15. For me, would you makes it personal, and I want to give, but could you makes it impersonal, and I will give if it is convenient or if I don't have anything else to do. 16. When a woman says could you please help me, I can feel her resentment and I will resist her. But if she says would you please help me, I can't hear any resentment, even if there is some. I am willing to say yes. 17. When a woman says could you do this for me, I get kind of honest and say I'd rather not. The lazy part of me comes out, but when I hear a would you please, I become creative and start thinking of ways to help. One way women are sure to relate to the significant difference between would and could is to reflect for a moment on this romantic scene. Imagine a man proposing marriage to a woman. His heart is full, like the moon shining above. Kneeling before her, he reaches out to hold her hands. Then he gazes up into her eyes and gently says, could you marry me? Immediately the romance is gone. Using the C word, he appears weak and unworthy. In that moment, he reeks of insecurity and low self-esteem. If instead he said, would you marry me? Then both his strength and vulnerability are present. That is the way to propose. Similarly, a man requires that a woman propose her requests in this manner. Use the W words. The C words sound too untrusting, indirect, weak and manipulative. When she says, could you empty the trash? The message he receives is if you can empty it, then you should do it. I would do it for you. From his point of view, he feels it is obvious that he can do it. In neglecting to ask for his support, he feels she is manipulating him or taking him for granted. He doesn't feel misted to be there for her if he can. I remember one woman in a seminar explaining the difference in Venusian terms. She said, "At first I couldn't feel the difference between these two ways of asking, but then I turned it around. It feels very different to me when he says no. I can't do it versus no. I will not do it. The I will not do it is a personal rejection. If he says I can't do it, then it is no reflection on me. It is just that he can do it." Common mistakes in asking. The hardest part of learning to ask is remembering how to do it. Try using the W words whenever possible. It will take a lot of practice to ask a man for support. 1. Be direct. 2. Be brief. 3. Use would you or will you phrases. It's best not to be too indirect, too lengthy, or to employ phrases such as could you or can you. Let's look at some examples. Say, would you empty the trash? This kitchen is a mess. It really stinks. I can't fit anything else into the trash bag. It needs to be emptied. Could you do it? This is too long and uses could. Would you help me move this? I can't move this table. I need to rearrange it before our party table tonight. Could you please help? This is too long and uses could. Would you please put this away, for I can't put all of this away? This is an indirect message. Me. Would you bring the groceries? And I have 4 bags of groceries left in the car, and I need that food to make dinner. Could you bring them from the car? In. This is too long. Indirect and uses could. Would you pick up a bottle of milk? You'll be going by the store. Lauren needs a bottle of milk. I on your way home. Just can't go out again. I am so tired. Today was a bad day. Could you get it? This is too long. Indirect and uses could. Would you pick up Julie from Julie needs a ride home? I can't pick her up. Do you have school? Time. Do you think you could pick her up? This is too long. Indirect and uses could. Would you take Zoe to the vet? It's time for Zoe to get her shots. Would you like to take her today to the vet? This is too indirect. Would you take us out to dinner? I am too tired to make dinner. We haven't gone out in a tonight. Long time. Do you want to go out? This is too lengthy and indirect. Would you zip me up? I need your help. Could you zip me up? This is indirect and uses could. Would you build a fire for us? It's really cold. Are you going to build a fire? This is too tonight. Indirect. Would you take me to a movie? This do you want to go to a movie this week? This is too weak. Indirect. Would you help Lauren put on her? Lauren still hasn't put on her shoes. We are late. I can't do shoes. This all by myself. Could you help? This is too long. Indirect and uses could. Would you sit down with me now? I have no idea of what's going on. We haven't talked an hour or some time tonight. And talk about need to know what you are doing. This is too long and our schedule. Indirect. As you have probably noticed by now, what you think has been asking is not asking to Martians. They hear something else. It takes a conscious effort to make these little but significant changes in the way you ask for support. I suggest practicing at least 3 months correcting the way you ask for things before moving on to step 2. Other request statements that work are would you please and would you mind. Start out in step 1 by being aware of how many times you don't ask for support. Become aware of how you do ask when you do. You do and do where you With this increased awareness, practice asking for what you need and expressing appreciation and thanks. Common questions about asking for support. This first step can be difficult. Here are some common questions. which give clues to both the objections and the resistance that women may have. 1. Question. A woman might feel, why should I have to ask him when I don't require him to ask me? Answer. Remember, men are from Mars. They are different. By accepting and working with his differences, you will get what you need. If instead you try to change him, he will stubbornly resist. Although asking for what you want is not second nature to Venusians, you can do it without giving up who you are. When he feels loved and appreciated, he will gradually become more willing to offer his support without being asked. That is a later stage. 2. Question. A woman may feel, why should I appreciate what he does when I am doing more? Answer. Martians give less when they do not feel appreciated. If you want him to give more, then what he needs is more appreciation. Men are motivated by appreciation. If you are giving more, it may, of course, be hard to appreciate him. Gracefully begin to give less so that you can appreciate him more. By making this change, not only are you supporting him and feeling loved, but you will also get the support you need and deserve. 3. Question. A woman may feel, if I have to ask him for support, he may think he is doing me a favor. Answer. This is how he should feel. A gift of love is a favor. When a man feels he is doing you a favor, he is then giving from his heart. Remember, he's a Martian and doesn't keep score the way you do. If he feels that you are telling him he is obligated to give, his heart closes and he gives less. 4. Question. A woman may feel, if he loves me, he should just offer his support. I shouldn't have to ask. Answer. Remember, men are from Mars. They are different. Men wait to be asked. Instead of thinking, if he loves me, he will offer his support. Consider this thought. If he were a Venusian, he would offer his support. But he's not. He's a Martian. By accepting this difference, he will be much more willing to support you, and gradually he will begin to offer his support. 5. Question. A woman may feel, if I have to ask for things, he will think I am not giving as much as he is. I am afraid he may feel like he doesn't have to give me more. Answer. A man is more generous when he feels as though he doesn't have to give. In addition, when a man hears a woman asking for support in a respectful way, what he also hears is that she feels entitled to that support. He does not assume she has given less. Quite the contrary. He assumes she must be giving more, or at least as much as he is, and that is why she feels good about asking. 6. Question. A woman may feel, when I ask for support, I am afraid to be brief. I want to explain why I need his help. I don't want to appear demanding. Answer. When a man hears a request from his partner, he trusts she has good reasons for asking. If she gives him a lot of reasons why he should fulfill her request, he feels as though he can say no, and if he can't say no, then he feels manipulated or taken for granted. Let him give you a gift instead of taking his support for granted. If he needs to understand more, he will ask why. Then it is okay to give reasons. Even when he asks, be careful not to be too lengthy. Give 1, or at most 2 reasons. If he still needs more information, he'll let you know. Step 2. Practice asking for more, even when you know he may say no. Before attempting to ask a man for more, make sure he feels appreciated for what he is already giving. By continuing to ask for his support without expecting him to do more than he has been doing, he will feel not only appreciated, but also accepted. When he is used to hearing you ask for his support without wanting more, he feels loved in your presence. He feels he doesn't have to change to get your love. At this point, will be willing to change and stretch his ability to support you. At this point, you can risk asking for more without giving him the message that he is not good enough. The second step of this process is to let him realize that he can say no and still receive your love. When he feels that he can say no when you ask for more, he'll feel free to say yes or no. Keep in mind that men are much more willing to say yes if they have the freedom to say no. It's important that women learn both how to ask and how to accept no for an answer. Women usually intuitively feel what their partner's response will be even before they ask. If they sense that he will resist their request, they won't even bother asking. Instead, they will feel rejected. He, of course, will have no idea what happened. All this has gone on in her head. In step 2, practice asking for support in all those situations where you would want to ask but don't because you feel his resistance. Go ahead and ask for support even if you sense his resistance, even if you know he will say no. For example, a wife might say to her husband, who is focused on watching the news, "Would you go to the grocery store and pick up some salmon for dinner?" When she asks this question, she is already prepared for him to say no. He is probably completely surprised because she has never interrupted him with a request like this before. He will probably make some excuse like, "I am right in the middle of watching the news. Can't you do it?" She may feel like saying, "Sure, I could do it, but I am always doing everything around here. I don't like being your servant. I want some help." When you ask and sense you will get a rejection, prepare yourself for the no and have a ready answer like, "Okay." If you want to be really Martian in your response, you could say, "No problem." That would be music to his ears. A simple okay is fine. However, it is important to ask and then act as if it is perfectly okay for him to say no. Remember, you're making it safe for him to refuse. Use this approach only for situations that are really okay if he says no. Pick situations where you would appreciate his support but rarely ask for it. Make sure you will feel comfortable if he says no. These are some examples of what I mean. When to ask, what to say. He is working on something and you want him to pick up the kids. Normally you wouldn't bother him and so you do it yourself. He normally comes home and expects you to make dinner. You want him to make dinner, but you never ask. You sense he resists cooking. He normally watches TV after dinner while you wash the dishes. You want him to wash them, or at least help, but you never ask. You sense he hates doing dishes. Maybe you don't mind as much as he does, so you go ahead and do it. He wants to go to a movie and you want to go dancing. Normally you sense his desire to see the movie and you don't bother asking to go dancing. You are both tired and ready to go to bed. Ready to go to bed. You are bed. The trash is collected the next morning. You sense how tired he is, so you don't ask him to bring the trash out. He is very busy and preoccupied with an important project. You don't want to distract him because you sense how focused he is, but you also want to talk with him. Normally you would sense his resistance and not ask for some time. He is focused and busy, but you need to pick up your car, which has been in the shop. Normally you anticipate how difficult it will be for him to rearrange his schedule, and you don't ask him for a ride. You say, "Would you pick up Julie? She just called." If he says no, then graciously and simply say, "Okay." You say, "Would you help me cut the potatoes? Or would you make dinner tonight?" If he says no, then graciously and simply say, "Okay." You say, "Would you help me with the dishes tonight? Or would you bring in the plates?" Or wait for an easy night and say, "Would you do the dishes tonight?" If he says no, then graciously and simply say, "Okay." You say, "Would you take me dancing tonight? I love to dance with you." If he says no, then graciously and simply say, "Okay." You say, "Would you take the trash out?" If he says no, then graciously and simply say, "Okay." You say, "Would you spend some time with me?" If he says no, then graciously and simply say, "Okay." You say, "Would you give me a ride today to pick up my car? It's being repaired." If he says no, then graciously and simply say, "Okay." In each of the above examples, be prepared for him to say no and practice being accepting and trusting. Accept his no and trust that he would offer support if he could. Each time you ask a man for support, and he isn't made wrong for saying no, he gives you between 5 and 10 points. Next time you ask, he will be more responsive to your request. In a sense, by asking for his support in a loving way, you are helping him stretch his ability to give more. I first learned this from a woman employee years ago. We were working on a non-profit project and needed volunteers. She was about to call Tom, who was a friend of mine. I told her not to bother because I already knew he would not be able to help this time. She said she would call anyway. I asked her why and she said, "When I call I will ask for his support, And when he says no, I will be very gracious and understanding. The next time, when I call for a future project, he will be more willing to say yes. He will have a positive memory of me. She was right. When you ask a man for support and you do not reject him for saying no, he will remember that, and next time he will be much more willing to give. On the other hand, if you quietly sacrifice your needs and don't ask, he won't have any idea how many times he is needed. How could he know if you don't ask? As you gently continue to ask for more, occasionally your partner will be able to stretch his comfort zone and say yes. At this point, it has become safe to ask for more. This is one way healthy relationships are built. Healthy relationships. A relationship is healthy when both partners have permission to ask for what they want and need, and they both have permission to say no if they choose. For example, I remember standing in the kitchen with a family friend one day when our daughter Lauren was 5 years old. She asked me to lift her up and do tricks, and I said, "No, I can't today. I am real tired." She persisted, asking playfully, "Please, Daddy, please, Daddy, just one flip." The friend said, "Now, Lauren, your father is tired. He has worked hard today. You shouldn't ask." Lauren immediately responded by saying, "I am just asking." "But you know your father loves you," my friend said. "He can't say no to you." The truth is, if he can say no, that's his problem, not hers. Immediately my wife and all 3 daughters said, "Oh yes, he can." I was proud of my family. It has taken a lot of work, but gradually we have learned to ask for support and also to accept no. Step 3. Practice assertive asking. Once you have practiced step 2 and you can graciously accept a no, you are ready for step 3. In this step you assert your full power to get what you want. You ask for his support. And if he starts making excuses and resists your request, you don't say okay as in step 2. Instead, you practice making it okay that he resists, but continue waiting for him to say yes. Instead of immediately letting him off the hook by saying okay, say nothing. Stand there and accept that he is resisting your request. By not resisting his resistance, there is a much greater chance he will say yes. Stretching is another way to understand a man's resistance to your requests. Whenever you ask for more, he has to stretch himself. If he is not in shape, he can do it. That is why you have to prepare a man for step 3 by moving through steps 1 and 2. In addition, you know that it is more difficult to stretch in the morning. Later in the day you can stretch much farther and easier. When a man grumbles, just imagine that he is stretching in the morning. Once he has finished stretching, he will feel great. He just needs to grumble first. The art of assertive asking is to remain silent after you have made a request. After you have asked, expect him to moan, groan, scowl, growl, mumble, and grumble. I call the resistance men have to responding to requests the grumbles. The more focused a man is at the time, the more he will grumble. His grumbles have nothing to do with his willingness to support. They are a symptom of how focused he is at the time when asked. A woman will generally misinterpret a man's grumbles. She mistakenly assumes that he is unwilling to fulfill her request. This is not the case. His grumbles are a sign that he is in the process of considering her request. If he was not considering her request, then he would very calmly say no. When a man grumbles, it is a good sign he is trying to consider your request versus his needs. He will go through internal resistance at shifting his direction from what he's focusing on to your request. Like opening a door with rusty hinges, the man will make unusual noises. By ignoring his grumbles, they quickly go away. Often when a man grumbles, he is in the process of saying yes to your request. Because most women misunderstand this reaction, they either avoid asking him for support or they take it personally and reject him in return. In our example, where he is headed for bed and you ask him to go to the store for milk, he is likely to grumble. Let's say he is on his way to bed, and you ask him to go to the store. In his response, he says, "Oh, I'm really tired. I want to go to bed." You reply with, "I made you dinner. I washed the dishes. I got the kids ready for bed, and all you did was plant yourself on this couch. I don't ask for much, but at least you could help now. I am so exhausted. I feel like I do everything around here." The argument starts. On the other hand, if you know that grumbles are just grumbles and are often his way of starting to say yes, your response will be silence. Your silence is a signal that you trust he is stretching inside and is about to say yes. "I'm tired," he says with an annoyed look. "I want to go to bed." If you misunderstand his response as a rejection, you might say, "Why are you being so difficult? I really need your help. It hurts my feelings when you act like this. This is really important to me, and I need you to understand," etc., etc., etc. You get the idea. When he grumbles, she feels the urge to defend her request and mistakenly breaks her silence. She argues with her partner in an attempt to convince him that he should do it. Whether he does it or not, he will be more resistant next time she asks for his support. To give him a chance to fulfill your requests, ask and pause. Let him grumble and say things. Just listen. Eventually he will say yes. Don't mistakenly believe that he will hold this against you. He can't and won't hold it against you as long as you don't insist or argue with him. Even if he walks off grumbling, he will let go of it if both of you feel it is his choice to do or not to do it. Sometimes, however, he may not say yes, or he may try to argue his way out by asking you some questions. Be careful. During your pause he may ask questions like, **, why can't you do it? **, I really don't have time. Would you do it? **, I am busy. I don't have time. What are you doing? Sometimes these are just rhetorical questions, so you can remain quiet. Don't speak unless it is clear that he is really looking for an answer. If he wants an answer, give him one, but be very brief, and then ask again. Assertive asking means asking with a sense of confidence and trust that he will support you if he can. If he questions you or says no, then respond with a brief answer. Programming a man to say yes. I first became conscious of this process when my wife asked me to buy some milk at the store when I was on my way to bed. I remember grumbling out loud. Instead of arguing with me, she just listened, assuming that eventually I would do it. Then finally I made a few banging noises on my way out, got in my car, and went to the store. Then something happened, something that happens to all men, something that women don't know about. As I now moved closer to my new goal, the milk, my grumbles went away. I started feeling my love for my wife and my willingness to support. I started feeling like the good guy. Believe me, I liked that feeling. By the time I was in the store, I was happy to be getting the milk. When my hand reached the bottle, I had achieved my new goal. Achievement always makes men feel good. I playfully picked up the bottle in my right hand and turned around with a look of pride that said, "Hey, look at me. I'm getting the milk for my wife. I go to the store and get some milk. I am one of those great generous guys." What a guy. When I returned with the milk, she was happy to see me. She gave me a big hug and said, "Thank you so much. I'm so glad I didn't have to get dressed." If she had ignored me, I probably would have resented her. Next time she asked me to buy the milk, I would have probably grumbled even more. But she didn't ignore me. She gave me lots of love. I watched my reaction and heard myself think, what a wonderful wife I have. Even after I was so resistant and grumbly, she is still appreciating me. The next time she asked me to buy the milk, I grumbled less. When I returned, she was again appreciative. The third time, automatically I said sure. Then a week later, I noticed that she was low on milk. I offered to get it. She said she was already going to the store. To my surprise, a part of me was disappointed. I wanted to get the milk. Her love had programmed me to say yes. Even to this day, whenever she asks me to go to the store and get milk, a part of me happily says yes. I personally experienced this inner transformation. Her acceptance of my grumbles and appreciation of me when I returned healed my resistance. From that time on, as she practiced assertive asking, it was much easier for me to respond to her requests. The pregnant pause. One of the key elements of assertive asking is to remain silent after you have asked for support. Allow your partner to work through their resistance. Be careful not to disapprove of his grumbles. As long as you pause and remain silent, you have the possibility of getting his support. If you break the silence, you lose your power. Women unknowingly break the silence and lose their power by making comments like, "Oh, forget it. I can't believe you are saying no. I do so much for you," in the message that your need is just as great as his. Then ask again. Here are some examples. What a man replies to her request. How she can respond with assertive asking. "I don't have time. Can't you do it? I'm also rushed. Would you please do it?" Then remain silent again. "No, I don't want to do that. I would really appreciate it. Will you please do it for me?" Then remain silent again. "I'm busy. What are you doing?" "I'm busy too. Will you please do it?" Then remain silent again. "No, I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it either. Would you please do it?" Then remain silent again. Notice that she is not trying to convince him but is simply matching his resistance. If he is tired, don't try to prove that you are more tired and therefore he should help you. Or if he thinks he is too busy, don't try to convince him that you are more busy. Avoid giving him reasons why he should do it. Remember, you are just asking and not demanding. If he continues to resist, then practice step 2 and graciously accept his rejection. Be assured that if you can let go at this time, he will remember how loving you were and be more willing to support you next time. As you progress, you will experience greater success in asking for and getting his support. Even if you are practicing the pregnant pause of step 3, it is still necessary to continue practicing steps 1 and 2. It is always important that you continue to ask correctly for the little things as well as graciously accept his rejections. Why men are so sensitive? You may be asking yourself why men are so sensitive about being asked for support. It is not because men are lazy, but because men have so much need to feel accepted. Any request to be more or to give more might instead give the message that he is not accepted just the way he is. Just as a woman is more sensitive about being heard and feeling understood when she is sharing her feelings, a man is more sensitive about being accepted just the way he is. Any attempt to improve him makes him feel as though you are trying to change him because he is not good enough. On Mars, the motto is "Don't fix it unless it is broken." When a man feels a woman wanting more and that she is trying to change him, he receives the message that she feels he is broken. Naturally, he doesn't feel loved just the way he is. By learning the art of asking for support, your relationships will gradually become greatly enriched. As you are able to receive more of the love and support you need, your partner will also naturally be quite happy. Men are happiest when they feel they have succeeded in fulfilling the people they care about. By learning to ask correctly for support, you not only help your men feel more loved, but also ensure you'll get the love you need and deserve. In the next chapter, we will explore the secret of keeping the magic of love alive. Chapter 13. Keeping the magic of love alive. One of the paradoxes of loving relationships is that when things are going well and we are feeling loved, we may suddenly find ourselves emotionally distancing our partners or reacting to them in unloving ways. Maybe you can relate to some of these examples. 1. You may be feeling a lot of love for your partner, and then, the next morning, you wake up and are annoyed and resentful of him or her. 2. You are loving, patient, and accepting, and then, the next day, you become demanding or dissatisfied. 3. You can't imagine not loving your partner, and then, the next day, you have an argument and suddenly begin thinking about divorce. 4. Your partner does something loving for you and you feel resentful for the times in the past when he or she ignored you. 5. You are attracted to your partner, and then suddenly you feel numb in his or her presence. 6. You are happy with your partner, and then suddenly feel insecure about the relationship or powerless to get what you need. 7. You feel confident and assured that your partner loves you and suddenly you feel desperate and needy. 8. You are generous with your love, and then suddenly you become withholding, judgmental, critical, angry, or controlling. 9. You are attracted to your partner, and then when he or she makes a commitment, you lose your attraction or you find others more attractive. 10. You want to have sex with your partner, but when he or she wants it, you don't want it. 11. You feel good about yourself and your life, and then, suddenly, you begin feeling unworthy, abandoned, and inadequate. 12. You have a wonderful day and look forward to seeing your partner, but when you see him or her, something that your partner says makes you feel disappointed, depressed, repelled, tired, or emotionally distant. Maybe you have noticed your partner going through some of these changes as well. Take a moment to reread the above list, thinking about how your partner may suddenly lose his or her ability to give you the love you deserve. Probably you have experienced his or her sudden shifts at times. It is very common for two people who are madly in love one day to hate each other or fight the very next day. These sudden shifts are confusing, yet they are common. If we don't understand why they happen, we may think we are going crazy, or we may mistakenly conclude that our love has died. Fortunately, there is an explanation. Love brings up our unresolved feelings. One day we are feeling loved, and the next day we are suddenly afraid to trust love. The painful memories of being rejected begin to surface when we are faced with trusting and accepting our partner's love. Whenever we are loving ourselves more or being loved by others, repressed feelings tend to come up and temporarily overshadow our loving awareness. They come up to be healed and released. We may suddenly become irritable, defensive, critical, resentful, demanding, numb, or angry. Feelings that we could not express in our past suddenly flood our consciousness when we are safe to feel. Love thaws out our repressed feelings, and gradually these unresolved feelings begin to surface into our relationship. It is as though your unresolved feelings wait until you are feeling loved, and then they come up to be healed. We are all walking around with a bundle of unresolved feelings, the wounds from our past, that lie dormant within us until the time comes when we feel loved. Then, when we feel safe to be ourselves, our hurt feelings come up. If we can successfully deal with those feelings, then we feel much better and enliven more of our creative, loving potential. If, however, we get into a fight and blame our partner instead of healing our past, we just get upset and then suppress the feelings again. How repressed feelings come up. The problem is that repressed feelings don't come up saying, "Hi, I am your unresolved feelings from the past." If your feelings of abandonment or rejection from childhood start coming up, then you will feel you are being abandoned or rejected by your partner. The pain of the past is projected onto the present. Things that normally would not be a big deal hurt a lot. For years we have suppressed our painful feelings. Then one day we fall in love, and love makes us feel safe enough to open up and become aware of our feelings. Love opens us up and we start to feel our pain. Why couples may fight during good times. Our past feelings suddenly come up not just when we fall in love, but at other times when we are feeling really good, happy, or loving. At these positive times, couples may unexplainably fight when it seems as though they should be happy. For example, couples may fight when they move into a new home, redecorate, attend a graduation, a religious celebration, or a wedding, receive presents, go on a vacation or car ride, finish a project, celebrate Christmas or Thanksgiving, decide to change a negative habit, buy a new car, make a positive career change, win a lottery, make a lot of money, decide to spend a lot of money, or have great lovemaking. At all of these special occasions, one or both partners may suddenly experience unexplained moods and reactions. The upset tends to be either before, during, or right after the occasion. It may be very insightful to review the above list of special occasions and reflect on how your parents might have experienced these occasions, as well as reflect on how you have experienced these occasions in your relationships. The 90/10 principle. By understanding how past unresolved Feeling periodically surface easy to understand why we can become so easily hurt by our feelings periodically by a partner. Surface. It is easy to undo why we po utopis silver now keeps no to you so stop. So you still when we are upset, about 90% of the upset is related to our past and has nothing to do with what we think is upsetting us. Generally, only about 10% of our upset is appropriate to the present experience. Let's look at an example. If our partner seems a little critical of us, it may hurt our feelings a little, but because we are adults, we are capable of understanding that they don't mean to be critical. Or maybe we see that they had a bad day. This understanding prevents their criticism from being too hurtful. We don't take it personally, but on another day their criticism is very painful. On this other day our wounded feelings from the past are on their way up. As a result, we are more vulnerable to our partner's criticism. It hurts a lot because as a child, we were criticized severely. Our partner's criticism hurts more because it triggers our past hurt as well. As a child, we were not able to understand that we were innocent and that our parents' negativity was their problem. In childhood, we take all criticism, rejection, and blame personally. When these unresolved feelings from childhood are coming up, we easily interpret our partner's comments as criticism, rejection, blame. Having adult discussions at these times is hard. Everything is misunderstood. When our partner seems critical, 10% of our reaction relates to their effect on us, and 90% relates to our past. Imagine someone poking your arm a little or gently bumping into you. It doesn't hurt a lot. Now imagine you have an open wound or sore and someone starts poking at it or bumps into you. It hurts much more. In the same way, if unresolved feelings are coming up, we will be overly sensitive to the normal pokes and bumps of relating. In the beginning of a relationship, we may not be as sensitive. It takes time for our past feelings to come up, but when they do come up, we react differently to our partners. In most relationships, 90% of what is upsetting to us would not be upsetting if our past unresolved feelings were not coming up. How we can support each other. When a man's past comes up, he generally heads for his cave. He is overly sensitive at those times and needs a lot of acceptance. When a woman's past comes up is when her self-esteem crashes. She descends into the well of her feelings and needs tender loving care. This insight helps you to control your feelings when they come up. If you are upset with your partner, before confronting him or her, first write out your feelings on paper. Through the process of writing love letters, your negativity will be automatically released and your past hurt will be healed. Love letters help center you in present time so that you can respond to your partner in a more trusting, accepting, understanding, and forgiving way. Understanding the 90/10 principle also helps when your partner is reacting strongly to you. Knowing that he or she is being influenced by the past can help you to be more understanding and supportive. Never tell your partner, when it appears as though their stuff is coming up, that they are overreacting. That just hurts them more. If you poked someone right in the middle of a wound, you wouldn't tell them they were overreacting. Understanding how the feelings of the past come up gives us a greater understanding of why our partners react the way they do. It is part of their healing process. Give them some time to cool off and become centered again. If it is too difficult to listen to their feelings, encourage them to write you a love letter before you talk about what was so upsetting. A healing letter. Understanding how your past affects your present reactions helps you heal your feelings. If your partner has upset you in some way, write them a love letter. And while you are writing, ask yourself how this relates to your past. As you write, you may find memories coming up from your past and discover that you are really upset with your own mother or father. At this point, continue writing, but now address your letter to your parent. Then write a loving response letter. Share this letter with your partner. They will like hearing your letter. It feels great when your partner takes responsibility for the 90% of their hurt that comes from the past. Without this understanding of our past, we tend to blame our partners, or at least they feel blamed. If you want your partner to be more sensitive to your feelings, let them experience the painful feelings of your past. Then they can understand your sensitivities. Love letters are an excellent opportunity to do this. You are never upset for the reason you think. As you practice writing love letters and exploring your feelings, you will begin to discover that generally you are upset for different reasons than you first think. By experiencing and feeling the deeper reasons, negativity tends to disappear. Just as we suddenly can be gripped by negative emotions, we can also suddenly release them. These are a few examples. 1. One morning Jim woke up feeling annoyed with his partner. Whatever she did disturbed him. As he wrote her a love letter, he discovered that he was really upset with his mother for being so controlling. These feelings were just coming up. So he wrote a short love letter to his mother. To write this letter, he imagined he was back when he was feeling controlled. After he wrote the letter, suddenly he was no longer upset with his partner. 2. After months of falling in love, Lisa suddenly became critical of her partner. As she wrote a love letter, she discovered that she was really feeling afraid that she was not good enough for him and afraid he was no longer interested in her. By becoming aware of her deeper fears, she started to feel her loving feelings again. 3. After spending a romantic evening together, Bill and Jean got in a terrible fight the next day. It started when Jean became a little angry with him for forgetting to do something. Instead of being his usual understanding self, suddenly Bill felt like he wanted a divorce. Later, as he wrote a love letter, he realized he was really afraid of being left or abandoned. He remembered how he felt as a child when his parents fought. He wrote a letter to his parents, and suddenly he felt loving toward his wife again. 4. Susan's husband, Tom, was busy meeting a deadline at work. When he came home, Susan felt extremely resentful and angry. One part of her understood the stress he was under, but emotionally she was still angry. While writing him a love letter, she discovered that she was angry with her father for leaving her alone with her abusive mother. As a child, she had felt powerless and abandoned, and these feelings were again coming up to be healed. She wrote a love letter to her father, and suddenly she was no longer angry with Tom. 5. Rachel was attracted to Phil until he said he loved her and wanted to make a commitment. The next day her mood suddenly changed. She began to have a lot of doubts and her passion disappeared. As she wrote him a love letter, she discovered that she was angry with her father for being so passive and hurting her mother. After she wrote a love letter to her father and released her negative feelings, she suddenly felt attracted again to Phil. As you begin practicing love letters, you may not always experience past memories and feelings, but as you open up and go deeper into your feelings, it will become clearer that when you are really upset, it is about something in your past as well. The delayed reaction response. Just as love may bring up our past unresolved feelings, so does getting what you want. I remember when I first learned about this. Many years ago, I had wanted sex from my partner, but she wasn't in the mood. In my mind, I accepted that. The next day I hinted around, and she still was not interested. This pattern continued every day. By the end of 2 weeks, I was beginning to feel resentful, but at that time in my life, I didn't know how to communicate feelings. Instead of talking about my feelings and my frustration, I just kept pretending as if everything were okay. I was stuffing my negative feelings and trying to be loving. For 2 weeks, my resentment continued to build. I did everything I knew to please her and make her happy, while inside I was resenting her rejection of me. At the end of 2 weeks, I went out and bought her a pretty nightgown. I brought it home, and that evening I gave it to her. She opened the box and was happily surprised. I asked her to try it on. She said she wasn't in the mood. At this point, I gave up. I just forgot about sex. I buried myself in work and gave up my desire for sex. In my mind, I made it okay by suppressing my feelings of resentment. About 2 weeks later, however, when I came home from work, She had prepared a romantic meal and was wearing the nightgown I had bought her 2 weeks before. The lights were low and soft music was on in the background. You can imagine my reaction. All of a sudden I felt a surge of resentment. Inside I felt, now you suffer for 4 weeks. All of the resentment that I had suppressed for the last 4 weeks suddenly was coming up. After talking about these feelings, I realized that her willingness to give me what I wanted released my old resentments. When couples suddenly feel their resentment, I began to see this pattern in many other situations. In my counseling practice, I also observed this phenomenon. When one partner was finally willing to make a change for the better, the other would become suddenly indifferent and unappreciative. As soon as Bill was willing to give Mary what she had been asking for, she would have a resentful reaction like, "Well, it is too late," or "So what?" Repeatedly I have counseled couples who have been married for over 20 years. Their children have grown up and left home. Suddenly the woman wants a divorce. The man wakes up and realizes that he wants to change and get help. As he starts to make changes and give her the love she has been wanting for 20 years, she reacts with cold resentment. It is as though she wants him to suffer for 20 years just as she did. Fortunately, that is not the case. As they continue to share feelings and he hears and understands how she has been neglected, she gradually becomes more receptive to his changes. This can also go the other way. A man wants to leave and the woman becomes willing to change, but he resists. The crisis of rising expectations. Another example of the delayed reaction occurs on a social level. In sociology, it is called the crisis of rising expectations. It occurred in the 60s during the Johnson administration. For the first time, minorities were given more rights than ever before. As a result, there were explosions of anger, rioting, and violence. All of the pent-up racial feelings were suddenly released. This is another example of repressed feelings surfacing. When the minorities felt more supported, they felt an upsurge of resentful and angry feelings. The unresolved feelings of the past started coming up. A similar reaction is occurring now in countries where people are finally gaining their freedom from abusive government leaders. Why healthy people may need counseling. As you grow more intimate in your relationships, love increases. As a result, deeper, more painful feelings will come up that need to be healed. Deep feelings like shame and fear. Because we generally do not know how to deal with these painful feelings, we become stuck. To heal them, we need to share them, but we are too afraid or ashamed to reveal what we are feeling. At such times, we may become depressed, anxious, bored, resentful, or simply exhausted for no apparent reason at all. These are all symptoms of our stuff coming up and being blocked. Instinctively, you will want either run away from love or increase your addictions. This is the time to work on your feelings and not run away. When deep feelings come up, you would be very wise to get the help of a therapist. When deep feelings come up, we project our feelings onto our partner. If we did not feel safe to express our feelings to our parents or a past partner, all of a sudden we cannot get in touch with our feelings in the presence of our present partner. At this point, no matter how supportive your partner is, when you are with your partner you will not feel safe. Feelings will be blocked. It is a paradox. Because you feel safe with your partner, your deepest fears have a chance to surface. When they surface, you become afraid and are unable to share what you feel. Your fear may even make you numb. When this happens, the feelings that are coming up get stuck. This is when having a counselor or therapist is tremendously helpful. When you are with someone you are not projecting your fears on, you can process the feelings that are coming up. But if you are only with your partner, you may feel numb. This is why people with even very loving relationships may inevitably need the help of a therapist. Sharing in support groups also has this liberating effect. Being with others whom we don't know intimately but who are supportive creates an opening for our wounded feelings to be shared. When our unresolved feelings are being projected on our intimate partner, he or she is powerless to help us. All our partner can do is encourage us to get support. Understanding how our past continues to affect our relationships frees us to accept the ebb and flow of love. We begin to trust love and its healing process. To keep the magic of love alive, we must be flexible and adapt to the ongoing changing seasons of love. The seasons of love. A relationship is like a garden. If it is to thrive, it must be watered regularly. Special care must be given, taking into account the seasons as well as any unpredictable weather. New seeds must be sown and weeds must be pulled. Similarly, to keep the magic of love alive, we must understand its seasons and nurture love's special needs. The springtime of love. Failing in love is like springtime. We feel as though we will be happy forever. We cannot imagine not loving our partner. It is a time of innocence. Love seems eternal. It is a magical time when everything seems perfect and works effortlessly. Our partner seems to be the perfect fit. We effortlessly dance together in harmony and rejoice in our good fortune. The summer of love. Throughout the summer of our love, we realize our partner is not as perfect as we thought, and we have to work on our relationship. Not only is our partner from another planet, but he or she is also a human who makes mistakes and is flawed in certain ways. Frustration and disappointment arise. Weeds need to be uprooted and plants need extra watering under the hot sun. It is no longer easy to give love and get the love we need. We discover that we are not always happy and we do not always feel loving. It is not our picture of love. Many couples at this point become disillusioned. They do not want to work on a relationship. They unrealistically expect it to be spring all the time. They blame their partners and give up. They do not realize that love is not always easy. Sometimes it requires hard work under a hot sun. In the summer season of love, we need to nurture our partner's needs as well as ask for and get the love we need. It doesn't happen automatically. The autumn of love. As a result of tending the garden during the summer, we get to harvest the results of our hard work. Fall has come. It is a golden time, rich and fulfilling. We experience a more mature love that accepts and understands our partner's imperfections as well as our own. It is a time of thanksgiving and sharing. Having worked hard during summer, we can relax and enjoy the love we have created. The winter of love. Then the weather changes again, and winter comes. During the cold, barren months of winter, all of nature pulls back within itself. It is a time of rest, reflection, and renewal. This is a time in relationships when we experience our own unresolved pain or our shadow self. It is when our lid comes off and our painful feelings emerge. It is a time of solitary growth when we need to look more to ourselves than to our partners for love and fulfillment. It is a time of healing. This is the time when men hibernate in their caves and women sink to the bottom of their wells. After loving and healing ourselves through the dark winter of love, then spring inevitably returns. Once again we are blessed with the feelings of hope, love, and an abundance of possibilities. Based on the inner healing and soul searching of our wintry journey, we are then able to open our hearts and feel the springtime of love. Successful relationships. After studying this guide for improving communication and getting what you want in your relationships, you are well prepared for having successful relationships. You have good reason to feel hopeful for yourself. You will weather well through the seasons of love. One have witnessed thousands of couples transform their relationships, some literally overnight. They come on Saturday of my weekend relationship seminar, and by dinner time on Sunday they are in love again. By applying the insights you have gained through reading this book and by remembering that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, you will experience the same success. But I caution you to remember that love is seasonal. In spring it is easy, but in summer it is hard work. In autumn you may feel very generous and fulfilled, but in winter you will feel empty. The information you need to get through summer and work on your relationship is easily forgotten. The love you feel in fall is easily lost in winter. In the summer of love, when things get difficult and you are not getting the love you need, quite suddenly you may forget everything you have learned in this book. In an instant it is all gone. You may begin to blame your partner and forget how to nurture their needs. When the emptiness of winter sets in, you may feel hopeless. You may blame yourself and forget how to love and nurture yourself. You may doubt yourself and your partner. You may become cynical and feel like giving up. This is all a part of the cycle. It is always darkest before the dawn. To be successful in our relationships, we must accept and understand the different seasons of love. Sometimes love flows easily and automatically. At other times it requires effort. Sometimes our hearts are full, and at other times we are empty. We must not expect our partners to always be loving or even to remember how to be loving. We must also give ourselves this gift of understanding and not expect to remember everything we have learned about being loving. The process of learning requires not only hearing and applying but also forgetting and then remembering again. Throughout this book you have learned things that your parents could not teach you. They did not know. But now that you know, please be realistic. Give yourself permission to keep making mistakes. Many of the new insights you have gained will be forgotten for a time. Education theory states that to learn something new we need to hear it 200 times. We cannot expect ourselves or our partners to remember all of the new insights in this book. We must be patient and appreciative of their every little step. It takes time to work with these ideas and integrate them into your life. Not only do we need to hear it 200 times, but we also need to unlearn what we have learned in the past. We are not innocent children learning how to have successful relationships. We have been programmed by our parents, by the culture we have grown up in, and by our own painful past experiences. Integrating this new wisdom of having loving relationships is a new challenge. You are a pioneer. You are traveling in new territory. Expect to be lost sometimes. Expect your partner to be lost. Use this guide as a map to lead you through uncharted lands again and again. Next time you are frustrated with the opposite sex, remember men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Even if you don't remember anything else from this book, remembering that we are supposed to be different will help you to be more loving. By gradually releasing your judgments and blame and persistently asking for what you want, you can create the loving relationships you want, need, and deserve. You have a lot to look forward to. May you continue to grow in love and light. Thank you for letting me make a difference in your life. Thanks for tuning into the final part of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus by John Gray. We hope this audiobook has offered valuable insights into understanding and improving your relationships. Keep exploring, keep growing, and remember, effective communication is the key to lasting connections. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Until next time, keep thriving in your relationships. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you like this book, please share and subscribe to this channel for getting more exciting audiobooks on this channel. Disclaimer: please note that this channel is dedicated to sharing audiobooks for educational and entertainment purposes only. Full credit for the content and intellectual property rights of these audiobooks is given to the respective authors and their publishing houses. This channel does not claim any ownership over the material presented and is committed to respecting the rights of the authors and publishers. Our goal is to promote literature and reading by providing these audiobooks as a resource for those who might not otherwise have access to them. We encourage our listeners to support the authors and publishers by purchasing the original works.